غايب position gerecht.
Citizen!
Requiescat in pace.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Citizen!
Alright. Welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag stream. Today with session number 5 and the continuation of sequence 5. But before we get started today, we're gonna be having a look at the IGN behind the scenes series on Black Flag. So kind of like an outside look on the development of the game. And we're gonna be watching the first 2 parts of 4, and then later in the break we're gonna be watching the 3rd and 4th part, which will also kind of like finish off everything we will be watching for the behind the scenes and making of the game. Also, hey there, Mr. Godi, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, let's start with the first part here, which is exclusive gameplay and concept art. And then next we have, let's see. Hold up. Next we have creating next-gen open world Caribbean. So yeah, let's have a look. Once I have actually unmuted the tab though.
Yeah, working on as a director on an AC game that has 7 studios. The challenge is coming up with honestly a cohesive vision, like a design vision that people will believe in. I always say with designers, with anybody, having a good idea is it's not hard. Everybody has good ideas. Having an idea that the team is excited to build, that fits into the vision, that is feasible, that you have the resources to do, this is hard. This is where a true designer comes in.
That AC3 would be the end of Desmond's story. That had always been the case. But where to go from there, we didn't want to, we had so many other time periods we could explore with this series, we didn't want to, shut the door on it.
The way Ubisoft works on AC is that we have different teams, different core teams working on different projects. So this is why we can sustain like a rate of 1 AC per year.
We know how to make these big games in a short amount of time. I mean, we had two years, but for such a big game, it's not that much.
We learned very early in the process, like what were the next-gen console all about. So very early at the beginning of the game, we knew that what we had to do. So we knew the specs, we knew what could be cool to do. The biggest decision we had to take at the beginning of the project was to how do we support these consoles.
I was sitting next to Assassin's Creed 3 team when they were developing the game and when they were receiving the first feedback from the playtest. And we had the opportunity to understand early where we need to go for the next game, because we already knew that we wanted to bring the naval experience to another level.
And so back in 2011, I was asked to pitch something about a pirate game, because during the development of AC3, we knew we had everything we needed basically to create this game. We were developing the naval warfare, the nature, and obviously the cities.
And we had already kind of come up with some of the backstory of Edward. So we put two and two together and we said, okay, let's do a story with Edward, naval battles. I think that puts us in the golden age of piracy. And so we did our research and we checked and it fit perfectly.
In Assassin's Creed 4, we wanted to bring the naval gameplay to a new level. Assassin's Creed 4 will be a game where the player can interact with a huge open world, and you will have a very long opportunity to be on sea and to sail on sea. So because of that, we wanted to bring more depth to the naval experience. We wanted to bring more depth in the naval fight. We also wanted to have more depth in the way you sail itself, and to make the player feel that the ocean changing is for him a challenge that he will have to master, and want to give him this feeling that at the end of the game he became a master of the ocean.
We told ourselves from the beginning, this had to be the most unique and freshest AC world we've ever built. AC, we pride ourselves on the worlds we build. We build very beautiful cities, very credible cities. But to build something that was natural and man-made and naval and have it all be in one cohesive world, incredibly challenging.
This time it was clear also that we wanted to have one game, one unified game, merging the ground and the naval. It's not a game, it's not two games in one, right? It's not one ground game, it's just stitched to a naval game, it's a pirate game.
And then of course the final thing was, it's an assassin game. This was something we didn't want people to confuse this to say, is it a pirate game with some assassin mechanics? No, it's an assassin game. The character who, he is a pirate, but his abilities are assassin-based. The mythology, the lore of the universe, it's there. It's all integrated into the story. It's all part of the bigger story, the bigger arc of what is Assassin's Creed.
Getting the Templar assassin conflict in the midst of actual real historical detail has always been a challenge. And we try to do it in a fresh way every time. And we knew right away that an assassin, as we conceive it, and the creed, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent, you can't really have a pirate who's following the Assassin's Creed, yet living a merry life as a pirate, robbing from innocent people. So we decided to make our game about that fact. So let's have a pirate who comes into contact with the assassins, but finds that creed really restrictive. What kind of tension does that create in our story? And that's what our story is literally about. Obviously the goal when we started this project was we wanted to portray pirates in as realistic a light as possible. Pirates are one of those subjects that they already come to it with a lot of preconceived notions. So it was a real challenge at the beginning.
We've been so formatted through the years by Hollywood and all this kiddie book about what pirates should be. But actually, if you look at history, they are very different.
There are reasons why pirates exist. There are reasons why piracy flourishes at certain times. It so happens that this period, from let's say 1700 to 1713, there was this massive war called the Spanish War for Succession. Every major European power was involved. England was at war with with half of Spain. France was on one side. They were fighting constantly. So then in 1713, a treaty got signed that and peace broke out everywhere. As happens whenever a major power like disbands an army, you have all these sort of military-minded guys who want to put themselves to use. They want to do something. And so you slowly fall into piracy.
From a gameplay perspective, we definitely have mechanics that we feel, okay, these are pirate mechanics, and we have a bunch of mechanics that we feel this is assassin stuff. So for example, the free running, yes, it's what people know from Assassin's Creed. The nice thing about it is that sailors, you know, they had to climb rigging, they had to climb masts, they had to deal with sails. So it was a nice blending between being a sailor and being an assassin. So we felt that was a good place to start. Of course, combat is the same. Combat, sailors fought and pirates fought, especially when they did boardings. So this kind of justified that he has these dual-wielding swords and his pistols. So this is a pirate touch within the combat system of AC. And of course, pirates were outlaws, so the stealth kind of made sense. But beyond this, then we have mechanics like boarding, which is really, you know, it's a heavy pirate thing. Just sailing in naval combat is very pirate and very sailor.
We approach creating the ships the same way we approach creating characters. We're based on what the character is, who the ship belongs to. And then we dive into that character and we infuse his characteristics into what he would do for the ship.
So we'll have 5 different classes of ships in the world, going from the man of war to the very small gunboat, and on the way we have the schooner, the frigate and the brigantine. All those different ships have different AI archetypes, and they will behave differently in the world. And they will also have each different level of difficulties, because we can play with the level of cannon, we can play with the speed, we can play with the strength of the hull for all these different ships. So we can bring a lot of variety for the player.
I mean, of course, we base the design on historical accuracy, but we have a lot of artistic liberty where we actually move things around a little bit to make sure that the player can navigate on the decks, can navigate on the mast freely.
You know, one thing I always say is Assassin's Creed, it's about credibility and authenticity. It's not simulation, it's not realism. And that was one of the mistakes we made really early on, was making the sailing much more simulation-based. And we tried different prototypes, and it was just way too complex. It made the controller really difficult to understand. It was not intuitive at all. We had this concept of tacking with the wind. So this is how do you appropriately take the wind to gain speed. It was really cool, but you were so focused on that you couldn't fight. We knew combat was going to be one of the most interesting parts of the Naval. So we looked at how do we add more skill, but keep it accessible.
We had a new firing system, a targeting system, that makes you be able now to decide at what angle you want to fire. So that's actually bringing a lot of deepness in the gameplay, where you can now not only hide behind the wave, but shoot above them. So that brought a really cool new dynamic.
Because the scope of the game was really massive, and we knew that you know, you don't need tons of breadth on a mechanics level to have a fun game. You need, you know, have less systems with more depth.
It's a game that needs to make the franchise evolve towards something different, towards something more connected, preparing the next generation, you know, the next cycle, etc. So we were clear that we wouldn't totally revamp the core pillars of it, so the free run, the fight, the stealth, but we wanted to build upon, above that, adding some more that would fit into it, that would give to the franchise some new elements to work with in the future.
It feels amazing when things start coming together, and you see, you know, this thing that you helped plant long ago, the seed grow. And for sure it's not going to grow exactly as you thought it would, but that's part of the fun of making games. It's very organic. You let the people's talents also help build this beautiful tree. And I'm gushing right now, but it's because I'm very proud of what we have. It took us, you know, it was a long road to get here, but it's been one of the best adventures I've ever been on, and this team has been fantastic, and I think people will see all of this positive stuff in the game itself. I think people will feel that we had fun making this game.
We wanted to do a pirate game set in the Caribbean, and we couldn't pretend the Caribbean to be just 4 locations. It would totally reduce this sense and this feeling of exploration and adventure we wanted.
AC is traditionally much more narrative driven with a bunch of side missions and collectibles. You know, some systemic stuff, but it wasn't really a sandbox. And so this, for us, was a new challenge to really make AC4 a sandbox. Traditionally, AC has a bunch of big maps that you have a bit of loading in between. And that's the way we've been building AC, that's the way we know how to build the world and structure it, and even, you know, from a very technical standpoint, that's how the mission structures work.
And so that was the first direction we tried, basically as a natural evolution. But we soon enough realized that it wasn't fitting. I mean, we wanted to do a pirate game set in the Caribbean, and we couldn't pretend the Caribbean to be just 4 locations. You know, at the beginning of the game, we knew we had a big challenge to make this naval open world.
We did a bunch of different tests, different size maps, small ones, big ones, maybe 4 huge maps. I remember that was a big test. There was a huge debate over the 4 big maps. And then how do the cities integrate with this Caribbean world? You know, do we have Havana, that's one huge map, and then we have a separate map which is just water, ocean?
And if you imagine Cuba here and the Leeward Islands here and the top of South America and up to the Yucatan Peninsula, that creates a nice arena. And immediately the designers were thinking, that's perfect, that's our world right there. But as soon as I come to them with, well, actually, you know, all the pirates hung out in Nassau, which is above Cuba, they had to throw out that map and start again. So that's one way that research, you know, a good solid research, you know, pushes you in the right direction. You could not have done a pirate game with Blackbeard without having Nassau. It would just be impossible.
Another element was the naval itself, making it open world, making the Caribbean world itself be a sandbox, which is something slightly different for AC. AC is traditionally much more narrative driven with a bunch of side missions and collectibles. You know, some systemic stuff, but it wasn't really a sandbox. And so this, for us, was a new challenge to really make AC4 a sandbox.
Our creative director, Jean Guidon, he said that our game would live and die by that feeling of getting on a ship, sailing, getting off a ship, roaming around an island, getting back on your ship.
As soon as we had that first map where we were driving and there was an island and we stopped at the island, jumped on it, and it was a big jungle. That jungle doesn't exist in the game anymore, but that feeling was incredible, and we knew instantly as soon as we did that for the first time. It was like, okay, this is the game. This is the magic. We felt it. Everybody in the room felt it.
There was an ocean engine in AC3, but it was limited to linear missions. Now we have something that is systemic. Like if there's a storm coming up, the Beaufort level needs to increase and stuff like that. So all the technology had to be pushed to be working on next gen, and to be also adapted for the gameplay that we were trying to do.
The simulation AC3 was already able to handle big surface of simulation, but since we also increased the level of detail on AC4, we had to adapt the tech for that. We also had to adapt the fact that it's not only ocean, it's, you know, mass of islands and big islands all across these walls. At first we had very simple shape of waves, rounded shape, but very repetitive. You would see the pattern of the wave simulated quite obviously. There was no detail on the surface. There was no foam. There was no transparency. The water was totally opaque. So it was really crude at first, right? But it was important to get a feel and a sense of motion, even at those early stages, and also the sense of distance that we had to travel. We need to test the speed of the boat, how fast they would go. So it was a mix of gameplay tests and visual and animation tests at first.
We have pushed the limit of the physics simulation to the point that the player can really feel when he's pushed by a wave, and you really have to play with the waves in order to sail from one location to another location. By doing that, we also reinforce the strength of the storm and the danger that the storm are creating in the world. And the player will fear actually the storm when they're coming at him.
We are pushing, we're doing things that we wanted to do on AC3 that we couldn't because we didn't have the horsepower to do so.
The way we're set up in the team is that we have a dedicated team doing next gen, but we didn't want to have two separate teams. So we don't have like a team doing a next gen version and a team doing a current gen version. We really want to make sure that it was the same game, that was the same core experience for our players, but with a lot of enhancement on the next gen platform. So our next gen team consists mainly of a bunch of super good 3D programmers and very good technical directors that are able to create this little magic from technology that is built by the 3D team.
So things like texture resolution, tessellation of meshes, amount of particles, the detail of the affix, notably for all water interaction, objects falling in water, wave rippling on the surface, but also all the rendering effects like the level of precision of the caustics, and also the underwater, which is something new on AC4.
The Caribbean is very well known for its clear crystal waters and turquoise blue color stuff and very dreamy postcard style. But we didn't want to put that in too much in the game because we're trying to make a gritty, realistic pirate game. But after we did a little bit of research, we found out that the corals actually only look colorful when you're really up close to it. So that really plays well to what we're trying to portray. So that way we can use the corals to create interesting silhouettes. And then when you get up close to it, you will actually start feeling like, wow, this is actually the Caribbean.
In AC4, you will be able to jump out of the water, swim and go on an island in a seamless manner.
We do load into our cities because the cities were just too big. And so here we decided to take a design decision and say, okay, here we're not going to push on the tech. We'll go easy and we'll load the cities because we felt it wasn't adding to the experience. However, the cities are there in the world. When people see them, you can drive up to them. You can see Havana with all its cathedrals in the world. It's there. It's not that it's a wall that you drive into and just loads. So this was one of the challenges early on. It was actually a bit hard to swallow for me to accept having that load, honestly. But then once it started working and once we saw how it was going to work in the game, it just all of a sudden it was like, okay, it makes sense.
So we already spent a lot of time in AC3 like trying to figure out what was most fun to have a land versus sea gameplay. So we had a lot of learning. So at the beginning of AC4 we took all that learning, went back on paper and said like, okay, so what's the next step now and how we can make that fit in the open world.
I wanted to make it, of course, big, but more importantly, interesting for the player. So we had to consider how many different activities we needed to have in this world. We had to consider the density of those activities, how many encounters the player had to face when he's traveling in the world.
From AC1, we really wanted to bring back this open assassination. So the main assassination really are not driven, are not told, step by step to the player. The goal is simple, the objective is clear, kill that guy.
So I needed to start thinking about the story in terms of when I give you a mission, typically through an opening cutscene, I need to leave the player with a goal that can be communicated through the mechanics that you have available to you. So that means more missions like steal that ship, kill that guy, infiltrate that fortress. Because these verbs can be, as soon as you get that verb, if I say to you, infiltrate, you as a player can be creative with the mechanics you have. You would say, I know how to infiltrate because I know how to climb, I know how to assassinate, I know how to do these things.
We actually are completely comfortable with people not going on the main path. We actually built systems to take them off the main path.
We have a hunting system not only on the sea but on the ground. And they all are sharing the same system. So basically, every time you kill an animal, you will be able to get the skin or other parts of the animal and craft some improvements, some upgrades for your own character. So basically the incentive to hunt is actually great. It's like how you can progress as a player.
Having a strong progression system allows us to build systems and activities and things that exist outside the main path that will still lure players to do them. And I think this is the biggest difference with this AC, is that we have the Jackdaw and there's a lot of upgrading to do with it. And at some points you have to upgrade because the game will get way too hard for you. We do have gates and missions that, we warn you before you start this mission that this is going to be too hard if you're not ready. So maybe go play in the world, build up a little bit, buy some more cannons. We actually want players to play the game as they wish. If you want to be more piratey about things, if you want to use the ship and do a lot of boarding and finish objectives that way, we don't stop you. If you want to be more stealthy about it, more assassin about it, the game is very open to that.
Rather than this kind of coming-of-age story where we see a young man thrown into difficult circumstances and the assassins provide a way forward, as it did with Ezio and Connor, certainly. Edward's approach is very different.
We put the control in people's hands and we ask them, how does it feel to be Edward? Do you feel an assassin? Do you feel a pirate? And unanimously, you feel it.
All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Alright, and with that, welcome back to more of AC4 Black Flag with our Stealth and All Mission Objectives challenge. Hope you enjoyed a bit of a behind the scenes look there into the development of Black Flag. I think it's really cool how you can really see how involved other developers are, you know, like, and how far they want to push it. Really like building off the engine from AC3 and the naval system of it, but bringing it to the next level. Because they have this whole, like, you know, open world that's like connected between land and naval seamlessly, you know, it's really like making it special, I think, and making it feel like a truly open sandbox world. And yeah, also like really changing it up, you know, with like, what is the gameplay loop, I guess, being quite similar to the first 5 games. So gonna be watching the 3rd and 4th part as well of the IGN series later. But for now we're heading back into the game and continue with sequence 5. So I did actually do a couple of the fleet missions off stream. Kind of like catch up with the ones I couldn't do because I didn't have enough ships. So we can focus on getting the last ones done today and on Wednesday.
A mortar would be ideal from... Give the order, sir!
Let's go ahead and send this to the fleet here. Also, I do want to keep my notoriety level. It's gonna be like free loot coming to us. Also got the fort here, which actually helps us take down these ships too. That's one thing I love about the forts here, is that they actually help us take down enemy ships. Can't pick up the loot though if they kill it, it seems. It's fair enough. Okay, let's have a look around where we're currently having the next kind of like mission or whatever. Well, I guess we could technically go to Black Island because we haven't been there yet. And that would unlock another kind of like outfit weapon combo. Bit of a way, but yeah, we can do a bit of sailing and trying to find more resources. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in. And good day to you. I hope you're doing well. How was the rest of Revelations? Oh, very nice, Carbon. That's some good progress. I love getting Ishak Pasha's armor. I actually quite like it with the mask as well. It's definitely different. And Bloodsword is so cool, you know, with the unique killing animations and stuff. Definitely quite brutal too with all the impaling animations. Quite a bit of wood. And yeah, AC4's going well. Haven't really been doing much yet. We actually watched a bit of behind the scenes for the game. By IGN, they kind of like did a making of look into the game. But it's been really cool kind of like seeing, you know, how they kind of like planned the game and what they wanted to achieve with it. Always love kind of like seeing the developer's side on these games. Yeah, that was so cool as well that you could actually get inside the Hagia Sophia, even if it wasn't like part of a main map, or at least have like a mission that's inside. Oh really? Yeah, it's really weird with the AC games, especially the early ones, having like so many bugs with VSync. Like most often I have to turn on VSync and then also lock my hertz to 60. Because otherwise some missions won't work properly. Because I have a 144 Hz freezing monitor, which means I have to turn off VSync most of the time. But for example, if you're doing the flying machine mission in Brotherhood, and you don't have VSync on and locking your Hertz at 60, then you basically lose control of the flying machine, which makes it really damn hard to do the full sync. There's also moments like the end of Brotherhood where you can't progress to fighting Cesare if you don't have VSync on and stuff. It's actually crazy how many bugs there are. And Revelations also has quite a few. Another one is with Cappadocia, once you get there. Because in Cappadocia you have to assassinate... what's his name? You have to assassinate one of the baddies, I guess, and if you don't have VSync on, then the game is just gonna crash. An endless loop. So, has lots of bugs with that feature.
A worthy catch, Edward!
Get the main free!
Fire!
Oh damn, 100 medal. Don't mind if I do. And that is by far the most important resource. So the more we get early, the better. Because for how the broadside cannons, the mortars, all of that needs metal. Any type of like offensive cannon, of course, as well.
We're ready, sir! We can forward and take up!
Douse the royals at top!
Get those clues up!
Grappling hooks away! Let's survive!
That's interesting, Carbon. I didn't know that about Prince of Persia games, actually. But yeah, makes sense, I guess. Maybe just Ubisoft games, you know. Definitely known for having a bit of tricky performance issues and bugs. Yeah, let's actually have a look here at the captain's cabin, because I reckon we can get some upgrades, and also have a look at the fleet here. I'm actually missing wood here for the next upgrade. However, I don't have the elite plan yet, which means I first gotta get that. I can upgrade the broadside cannons, which is really good. Definitely gonna do that for sure. Now we have 19. And I'm also gonna go increase the mortar here, because it's super overpowered with the damage. And I guess you can also increase the chain shot strength because it's only money, essentially, and we have enough of that currently. Let's increase the heavy shot storage. Fire barrel storage as well, because it's pretty damn cheap actually. I was gonna max out the rowboat, I think, and the harpoon strength. Yeah. And I think that's it. The real boss in Prince of Persia games was the camera. That's true. It kind of reminds me also of the tombs in Assassin's Creed games, you know, because it also had kind of like angles of the camera trying to guide you to certain parts of the level. Like trying to be a help, I guess, but most of the time it just confuses the heck out of you, not knowing which direction to press a button in, depending on the camera angle. Okay, except for the champion, every ship is back here. Also, hey there, Dala Hyperion. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. So let's see. I've done all the missions in Portugal. I can keep working on the Mediterranean here, I guess. And then North Africa. Let's go ahead and secure this one. No worries, Hyperion. Thank you for dropping by the other day as well. Okay, that secures North Africa. And let's also have a look here at Cape Verde. Because we also have a couple missions available here. Just do it like this. Yeah, that's right. They had kind of this companion app, right, for Black Flag. I think you even had like a mini-map option or something. You could look at your phone instead of like having to look in-game, I guess. I never used it myself actually, but I remember seeing it on YouTube, I guess, like people showcasing that app. Pretty cool, I guess. But I don't think it's actually supported anymore.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Ava Harbinger, welcome in. I mean, it seems pretty useful actually. Yeah, Ubisoft has actually had a couple of the companion apps, I guess, like Unity also had one. But they were shut down pretty quickly. Especially with Unity kind of like getting a lot of bad rap for locking stuff behind the companion app and stuff. They kind of like made it available to everybody at some point. I guess it was better and Black Flag was more like an assistant too, I guess. And really like a gameplay benefit or locking like content behind it. Okay, I think that does it. So we have the Mediterranean Sea. The Catalans. The city is teeming with poets and musicians, people who keep the restaurants and cafes in business. Follow the Catalan waves and trade 30 olive oil carafes to the people in Barcelona. The Smokers. Traveling to Catalonia, you can earn good money selling tobacco to the old sailors hanging above the wharves. Trade 70 tobacco crates in Barcelona's old port. Great reputation free. Marseille is bursting with rogues and rapscallions who love good quality tobacco. Trade 80 crates of tobacco to the men who run Marseille's prison. New medicine. Plague epidemics here have been devastating and doctors are desperate to experiment with new medicines. Trade 50 cocoa pods to Marseille's doctor's office. These missions are becoming long, with like over 30 hours. And we have North Africa. The Cook's Order. Casablanca's taverns have run out of wine and the people are restless. Some are ready to pay a good price for this precious drink. Earn easy money by trading 25 bottles of wine and 20 tobacco crates in Casablanca's port. The famous stew. The people of Casablanca are replete with spices, but they need additional basic ingredients. Trade 5 olive oil carafes and 30 sacks of rice to Casablanca's market. The musicians. The outdoor market here is thriving, musicians are playing, and merchants are looking for opportunities. Trade 20 sacks of rice and 20 tobacco crates in Agadi's old market. before the storm. Since becoming a harbor of some importance, Agadier's inhabitants have been looking for the best quality wines. Brave the Atlantic strong winds and trade 30 bottles of wine here. Okay, then we have Cap Verde. An old Frenchman. An old French diplomat has promised a great price for the first sailors who bring tobacco. Be brave and trade 30 crates of tobacco in Dakar's French village. Meet the Tributes 1. Jesuits, nuns and missionaries have populated Cap Verde's coast and are looking for resources to improve their settlements. They pay well, so trade 40 cocoa pots to Zinguin Corps Old Chapel. Giant appetites. The merchants here drive hard bargains, but this fortified city is hugely popular with Portuguese sailors. So trade 30 bottles of wine and 20 tobacco crates in Bissau and watch the money pour in. Meet the tributes. Portuguese trading has sprung up all along Bissau's coast, and merchants from all around Cape Verde are looking for new opportunities. Follow the sunrise and sail to Bissau to trade 50 sacks of rice. And we can also work on South Africa here. A promise of profit. Portuguese ships have filled the port of Luanda and trade opportunities improving every day. Let's set sail to Luanda and trade 45 sacks of rice to the sailors and merchants there. Okay, what kind of ship do I have left? Only one with 20 storage here, so I gotta find a mission. Okay, never mind, I can't do this, I guess, because we haven't secured this one. I guess we could technically do it with the barrels, technically. One schooner against 3, let's do this. Easy. Ava Wolfie, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I kinda like the speed increase here on the schooner, because we can basically deal with at least 2 schooners without having to use any fire barrels. Because it loads up like almost 3 times as fast. And every time we hit the enemy, it's kind of like getting stunned, so it can't actually attack for at least a couple of seconds. The Feast of Riches. Rio de Janeiro's port is a tremendous place to discuss trading opportunities while selling off your goods. Trade 5 sacks of rice and 10 bottles of wine to the merchants there. So that's your country, Wolfie. That's really cool. Always love when something like that is represented in an AC game, you know. One of the reasons I'm really excited for Assassin's Creed Codename Hexe is definitely that it's set in Germany.
to! Loose main sails!
Okay, we want to get to Black Island here. Let's actually go ahead and get a bit of distance here with fast travel.
Loose and trim too! Crowd on every inch of sail! Loose topsails, gallants and royals! As a pirate hunter! To the starboard! Bloodsome, sir! Looks like loot! Batten yourselves!
Black Island. That's one of the DLC islands of the game. And as always, we're gonna try to do these ones stealthy as well, because they're technically a little bit like DLC missions. Don't actually have any darts, so I should probably go ahead and loot and craft some of these. He's just gonna stand there, apparently.
Final warning. I'll put you in a box. No,
Oh nice, we got the black ship's sails. And we figured... There's even a warehouse here. Interesting. It's kinda cool. Okay, the sniper's just looking this direction. Not moving around. Oh, did they actually try to push me? Okay, now we can finish off the warehouse location here. Got Captain Morgan's Redding Oat, new outfit. It's pretty cool, you can climb the windmill over here. Got Captain Morgan's pistols. Kinda cool, that's part of a warehouse, yeah. Oh yeah. And that finishes off the location. Nice. It went pretty well, actually. Happy with that. Okay, so since we got a new outfit here, I'm gonna go ahead and actually add that to the outfit rewards selection. So give me just one sec here to add that real quick. Okay. And then I guess we're heading for the next area where we have any kind of like side mission available right now. I guess we could take on the assassin contracts in Nassau. And there should also be a Templar hunt in Nassau as well. Pirate captain. A group of Templar privateers recently ransacked merchant ships off the coast, hiding with their stolen goods somewhere in town.
I'll never surrender and never back down. And these shankers who run the eye do so only because I haven't yet objected. Who dare challenge me? I can't imagine such a man. I don't believe such a one exists.
Oh, you don't?
I'll rise up when I'm good and ready. Take the island for myself. then all the world will know my name. Captain Mancom Seagun, terror of the high seas. Don't nobody mess with Mancom Seagun, for I'm the fiercest rogue to sail these west.
Isn't that a reference to Monkey Island? I think so.
The women will say, with the trail sounding somewhere between fear and lust. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a reference to the protagonist, right, of Monkey Island. He's repeating himself, so gonna go and kill him now, once he comes over here.
I haven't yet objected. Who dare challenge me? I can't imagine such a man. I don't believe such a one exists.
Hold there!
I'll go when I'm good and ready.
Aye, but it...
Okay, that works, because I only got detected after I assassinated him. Yeah, definitely Monkey Island reference, right? And hey there, Spectre, welcome in. Oh, thank you for linking that. Let me have a quick look there. Mancom Seagood was a friendly pirate who spent his time at the scum bar on Melee Island. He appeared on the first Monkey Island game. He didn't believe the stories of the Chuck. He believed Guybrush Threepwood to have the silliest name he had ever heard, although his own is not much better. When asked about LeChuck, he would point to a Stavin, who seems to be the resident expert. Yeah, kinda funny that he is making a comment about Guybrush's nickname. You know, with the one that he's having. And yeah, I'm doing well, thank you, Spectre. Definitely, been enjoying more of Black Flag. Doing a stealth challenge. How about you, Spectre? How are you doing? It's definitely a bit ironic that that's a thing that he's criticizing. The Outlaws. A group of outlaws is responsible for a rash of violence and mayhem in the city. They often congregate in the swamps just outside the city, kill their leader and end their attacks. It's good to hear, Spectre. Glad to hear you're doing good. What happened to the game redemption rewards? Well, I kinda disabled it for now because I wanna kind of like finish a couple more of the picks before I allow more redemptions, I guess. Just so the list doesn't get like endless, you know. Oh, very nice, Spectre. I heard good things about that remake. Definitely seems to have gotten quite a good reputation so far. nice. Social chest. Actually quite rare. Let's watch him die at the hands of his own people. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true, Harbinger. I guess you could technically turn off the tutorials in the HUD option. But yeah, definitely, you know, like once I have showcased it a couple of times, don't think they should, you know, showcase it every time afterwards anymore. You miss these alerts? Yeah. That's some good fun for sure. Play around with. Right, but I think it's time for first Templar hunt mission. One in Nassau.
That's straight Templar! Shit!
Damn. Is he fully restocking here on sleep darts and stuff?
Travers? What tide brings you? Dressed the part of an assassin, yet I don't know your face.
Name's Kenway. I'm here to warn you of a threat to your bureau.
Yes, I have noticed some suspicious men lurking about. I believe they work for a noted Templar called Upton. Could you eliminate them for me?
Oh, I may be persuaded. For a price. You wouldn't happen to know anything about a Templar key, would you?
I'm sure you may find it among Upton's men. If I'll tell you where they are.
You've got yourself a deal.
It definitely is showcasing the amount of influence that Monkey Island had, you know. I'm really glad I finally got to experience the first game as well, quite recently. Because I can definitely see what all the, you know, talk is about.
He wanted the goods transported to his residence instead.
But why? What's he gonna do?
I don't know. Store them? Smuggle them?
Smuggle them away from his own smuggling operation.
I know. It sounds ridiculous, but a job's a job.
I suppose you're right. Smuggling from a smuggler. Hey, did you ever think about that word, smuggler? Rather funny, ain't it?
Whoever thinks about words?
Well, not me, certainly. But say it. Smuggler.
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 You're right. It does have a kind of a funny ring to it. Smuggler.
Here, wait. Maybe we shouldn't be saying it quite so loud.
On account of it being smuggling?
Right.
Right.
The others be waiting for us when we get there.
Yes. This should be easy.
So we move the goods, then we go to the inn.
Oh, we should be so lucky.
Smuggle.
Bad dialogue.
Hello.
Smuggler.
And if no...
Wait.
Stop! I am Upton Travers, Bureau Leader.
What? Is Vance your...
My blood brother. We work together. And those were not Templars that you killed. They were my workers.
Don't blame me. Your brother ordered it.
Does he mean to usurp me?
I don't know, mate. I'm only after a Templar key.
A what? Please. I need for you to tell me everything.
And why should I trust you?
Meet me at the Bureau, and I will show you.
Oh, bother.
You mean brother? But yeah, that's the reason I went for the fist assassination, because technically Edward doesn't kill him with the hidden blade. Thankfully, you know, because the guy who actually told us to kill him was his brother and an assassin brotherhood betrayer. Fell in with the Templars.
Singular, sir. Am I treat singular?
My lovesick idiot of a brother has misled you.
Start from the start, mate.
Recently, our trade introduced us to a formidable woman, Jing Lang, a pirate from the farthest seas of the Orient.
Intriguing.
She and Vance quickly became inseparable.
Any reason he should have thought your men were spies?
Well, there is the treasure.
Oh?
A pirate sold us a map. We each kept half. Come, I will meet him now. If you follow with discretion, you may hear it for yourself. Follow me at a distance. If anyone sees you, tell them you are my bodyguard. There are thieves about who would stop at nothing to secure either half of the map.
The brother of my brother is another brother. That's right.
Good day, my brother.
Good day, brother. If I may still call you that.
Why? What else would you call me?
Stranger, perhaps? I barely know you anymore. And if the whispers around town are to be believed, you would have me gone and done away with.
Upton, come. You know better than to give gossip. They're always too small. Local tongues turn everything to sentimental comedy.
It's domestic tragedy I'm trying to avoid.
Well said, brother. No stronger bonds than family, except business. Goodness knows we have more than enough of that in the world.
Very true. And what a business it is. I'm sure neither of us will ever do anything to upset the balance of things.
What? Why? Now tell me.
Brought it. My house, the map.
Of course the map.
The map to the treasure. To our legacy.
That very one. I have mine. What is yours?
Vance, you know I feel we must protect that treasure with utmost caution.
On the contrary. That map is our protection. Its treasure, our freedom.
All the more reason to keep it buried. Safely.
Have you no imagination? Can you not imagine the luxurious life that awaits us once we unearth its bounty?
I really don't think...
Travers estate and plantations. No more smuggling. No more organizing men. No shipments. No risk. Why not begin now?
Advance. Are you sure your future will unfold so easily?
What do you mean? What do you imply?
I am not implying. I am merely asking. You really imagine
should I not imagine it? You question her love, her fitness?
Of course not. But knowing her as you do, you must appreciate that she is a woman of action. She needs the sea, challenge. How will she adapt to a quiet, domestic life?
Jing is none of your concern.
Vance, do you intend to marry her?
Of course.
It pains me to tell you, but I do not believe she will consent to it.
Oh? What gives you such insight into her heart?
In addition to her nature, I simply do not believe she is exactly what she says she is.
You're jealous.
Jealous? No.
Yes!
I only worry for your safety.
You always said to be the favored child, the golden boy. I can't stand it that you would give her up to me, but she can't even give you a second glance.
I have no hate, only concern.
I'll tell you this. I will marry her. I'll kill you if I must. I will have your half of the map. Then the world will see which brother has more honor. I'll bid you good day.
Seems you could use a little help disappearing, friend. My thanks. Consider yourself a respectable citizen, Captain.
With the Royal, they were giving her Kenny. It's not the three for taking long.
We have the map.
Not yet. Not yet.
What am I to tell my order? You know we can't leave until I have it.
I'm taking care of it. Give me time.
More time? Your loyalty makes you soft. I think you're not man enough to see it through.
My flower, it is all but done. I've hired a man. In moments, Upton's life will be over, and the map will be ours.
You hired a man. In your scriptures, did Cain hire a man? No, Cain was a man. Come to the field, he said to Abel, and he did it himself. He did not require a third man to carry the axe.
We did not have so many witnesses as we do in Nassau. Trust me, he's doing it now.
Right this moment?
Nothing can save him now.
Edward?
I believe I just saved your life, mate.
Vance. He said he would kill me. I thought it was bluster. He is my brother. Despite what you told me, I thought it meant something.
You're safe for now. But perhaps a trip away from Nassau would do you some good.
Right, saved him there. But yeah, now he's not doing too well, you know, realizing what his brother was about to do here. And getting like full confirmation of the extent his alliance to the Templars goes to. Which is why we now find him at the tavern.
Good God, man, what's happened to you?
I cannot go on anymore. My brother? A traitor? That woman? Templar? I have no family. No wife of my own. What is the point of living? Let them kill me!
You don't know what you're saying, mate. Let's get you someplace safe.
What's the point?
The point is, I want my key. So I need you alive. I need your information, so I need you sober.
You are my best friend. Come here. I'll kill you! What are you looking at?
Hey, you there with a sharp face. What was that you said about my mom?
I said she's a lovely woman, inside and...
Oh, and how would you?
I thought everyone did. That's right, I said it.
I'll fix that move. So stop talking about Moss.
Come on, mate. Let's go.
No!
Not that way!
I have a classic escort a drunk mission. Definitely see those ones a couple of times in the AC games.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy... Mate, the Father, the Son, and the Holy... What's the third one again?
Let's just keep it moving, yeah?
The Father, the Son, and the... Let's keep it moving. No, that's not it.
What does it matter?
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. Nothing in this sour life does. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving.
I can leave you I'll give you a real snake.
Who are these creatures?
That's no way to flatter a lady.
They all look like that woman to me. Are they muses or furies? I can't tell. My lady, what happened to your teeth?
What's the matter? Do you not enjoy female company? Come with me, kind sir. I'll make it worth your while.
Edward, give me your purse. I wish to commune with these angels. They have the appearance of beauty, but smell of spirits and rot. Wonderful.
Jeez.
Your breath is no treat either, my lord. But I'll forget it for a price.
Edward, please.
So we can either bump into him or we can pay the dancers, I guess. I'm gonna pay the money just so they leave us be.
Yes, towards me.
So it's gonna be a forced combat scenario.
Guards. There are guards nearby.
Piss off!
They won't stand for this.
I said piss off! Oh, I need a piss. Oh, that's much better.
Stop that! What?
Why won't no one let me so much as take a piss?
Put it away!
I'm like a child.
Oi, this is sacred ground! I'll teach you to urinate!
I don't want to be like a child, Edward.
It's all right, mate.
Help me not be like a child.
You just need the drink to wear off. Are you safe here?
Safety is an illusion. But yes, I have friends here I can hide.
Good.
What you must think of me? Have I said anything embarrassing?
No, mate. You sound quite the scholar.
Betrayal makes one philosophical, don't it? Imagine a Templar, my brother, to marry a Templar.
I doubt it'll come to that.
I'm so afraid for him. Oh, please help keep him safe.
Sober up, mate. We'll finish this in the morning.
You're a forever friend, Kenway.
Yeah, we're not gonna keep him safe. Quite the opposite.
You're looking better than last we met.
As I sobered up, I began to see it more clearly. Jing has led my brother astray, and must be killed. Vance has also betrayed me. As an assassin, his treachery must be punished by death.
So either way, one of them has the Templar key. You're obviously distraught. Let me take care of it.
I will tell you where to find them.
So I think this is kind of like a mixed mission where we can stealthily assassinate Vance, but then we get into a forced kind of like chase detection scenario to finish off Lang as well. Wanna wait for a second and see if there's any dialogue for him. But yeah, doesn't seem like.
Traitor! It takes one to know one.
Jin Lang as I live and breathe.
I told him not to hire you. You traitor! I will not meet the same fate! Imagine the Queen of Pirates, Jin Lang, defeated for a fake map. I have been arrogant.
Really?
Yes, I stole the real one, both halves. My husband has it.
Your husband?
Better man than these fools.
There we go. It's 2 out of 5 keys collected. Looks like Charles Lee. He did a little bit, yeah, actually. Hey, the Hitpicks, welcome in. Yeah, that music is so good. Love that escape theme, actually.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, where is he? All of these guys still lying on the ground. He actually did fight them earlier. I'm doing good, thank you, Hitpicks. How are you today?
Wait, I see. If you play your way.
Alright, but yeah, that finishes Nassau as a location with at least all of the assassin contracts and also the Templar hunt, of course. We do have a couple of secrets here, but I think it's mostly manuscripts. Got one over here, 2, 3, 4. Where's the last secret for? Yeah, there's another one. So it's just manuscripts, and they won't actually collect them. So we can safely ignore those. Let's have a look around to any location we have already visited to see if there's any missions to open. We do have another assassin contract over here and also a tavern to unlock. So let's have a look at the Sawkey Bank here. Once again. Let's go to here, Hitpicks. Playing Rogue right now, aren't you, Hitpicks? I think.
Hey!
No kidding, Spectre. It is a bit reminiscent of that, I guess. Somebody should create like a GIF or like a regular picture of that meme with Edward and like a tavern. Destroying the order after attacking the French naval base and killing the assassin stationed there. I gotcha, very nice. Are you liking Rogue so far? Have you played it before? Spectre, you versus the pirates you don't have to worry about. Yeah, that would actually be a really cool idea for like a meme. Somebody should definitely make that. The Informant. The target is a Templar agent currently posing as a gunner in the fort at Dry Tortuga. Find and kill him. Yeah, this is actually where we have a naval fort. So you can combine both of these together. Yeah, I'm gonna save it directly, actually. It's a bit of a journey, but that's alright. What's cool about these contracts is you can kind of like accept them, and then they become like side mission running in the background. You can still like do other missions in between, as long as it isn't like another assassin contract. Something they kept with Origins, you know, kind of like this accepting missions and then getting to do others in between.
Give me some speed! Clear off and loose men!
I gotcha, hit picks. Yeah, Rogue is definitely a bit slow in terms of like when a lot of the side stuff unlocks. Because you really gotta finish with the whole like assassin prologue, I guess, story. Which is up until sequence 3 pretty much, isn't it?
I would say the danger has passed.
But yeah, once you kind of like join the other side, you really get to do like all of the open world activities.
I dug his grave with a silver spade. I dug his grave with a silver spade. Come along, get along, throw me a long john. I lured him down with a golden chain. Throw me along, boys, I lured him down with a golden chain. Come along, get along, throw me along. I carried him away to Montego Bay.
Yeah, that earthquake would definitely have such an influence on Shay, you know? Kind of feeling like he's responsible for killing that many people. And also, you know, thinking that the assassins do wanna do that as well, you know? Like, they wanna destroy cities and stuff, which, of course, isn't the case. But, yeah, we've definitely been a bit careless, you know, with uncovering these ESO sites. That's really unfortunate, because I think a lot of it is kind of like a communication issue, actually. Because when the first earthquake happened in Haiti, you know, people didn't really know what caused it. You know, because the assassin that caused the earthquake there, he got killed by a Templar and didn't get to warn the assassins of how the temples work, and interacting with them causes these earthquakes. So Shay kind of like assumes that the assassins are doing it knowingly, which isn't the case. And yeah, you can still understand, you know, would be really pissed about what happened, of course. Blaming himself and the assassins, but it's not really anything they knew about. So in a way, Shay had a chance to tell the assassins, you know, how they work and to be more cautious. But instead, he just goes off guns blazing, you know, blaming and betraying the assassins instead. really difficult situation. Yeah, it's a tricky situation, right? Because, yeah, the assassins did try to kill him. But Shay also betrayed the assassins, you know, and tried to steal the manuscript from them. And we all know, like, if you decide to betray the assassins in such a manner, then you have to consider that they might want to kill you off. But the same would happen with the Templar side as well, you know. Betrayal isn't really something both party or faction favors.
Weakness right there! Ready to fire, sir! They're targeting us! Got it! Get up there, sir! Out of we're ready, sir! Look, Captain! Put a shot right there! Evasive maneuvers! Cruise up! Eat her stick! Sounds all but me! Take a shot! Right there! Fire! Fire! Look, Captain! Hold her in! Hold sails! You take it! Crowd on all the sail we have! Douse the royals! Come! Reef! Short no sail! All down and crew up! Furl those men!
Yeah, there's a good chance I might be detected before killing my targets here, because it's basically an open combat scenario here inside the fort. So there's gonna be an exception if I get detected here. Let's have a quick look wo if I mean, I guess the fort captain seems to be my target, maybe? Or maybe the target spawns afterwards. I just have to see.
Alto!
Oh, that was my target. Perfect. So I did do it stealthily then, even though it was super close. Ein kleiner Pierwo. Just a few collectibles. And another legendary ship here to the northwest. Where shall we go? I could make my way to Florida, but that's a rather minor location, so not really any need to get there yet. I do wanna do some main story soon as well though, and finish with Sequence 5. We also have Havana with like lots of assassin contracts and also another Templar hunt, but I think I'm gonna take that on next time. For now I think I'm actually gonna head towards the main story. probably take on this area as well with a fort and make my way there. Because the next major region is Kingston, which of course is gonna be one of the 3 major cities, I guess, with Nassau and Havana. However, first I could actually do the naval contract we have over here for this fort, I guess. The private escort. Greetings, privateer. We have captured a ship carrying valuable cargo, which is rightfully ours. The Spanish do not agree with this assessment and have vowed to take it back. Protect the ship and you will be amply rewarded.
¿En qué le puedo ayudar? Que los vientos le sean propicios.
Larboard, Captain. Some sort of cargo there, sir. Fire! Awaiting order! Fire! There's sir, good shot from Templar! Fire! Look, Captain, well-placed shot there! Fire! Vulnerable there! to bark, sir.
Nice. Let's finish this another naval contract. Let's have a look if there's another naval contract or if that's the only one. Yeah, that's the only one. Okay. Well then, in that case, let's make our way here to Navassa.
Loose and catch the wind! Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
Larboard! Floating booty there for the taking, sir.
Oh, Billy Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley, 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 master of the droga. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of the droga, bound for Antigua. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of the droga. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, has a nice cigar. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Missy Riley, little Missy Riley. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Missy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, had a pretty daughter, but we can't get at her. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, had a pretty daughter. Oh, Billy Riley, screw her up and away we go, boys. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, screw her up and oh, Billy Riley, one more pull and then Billy, boys. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, one more pull and oh, Billy Riley, oh.
We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded, sir.
Cannon ready! Fire! There's sir, good shot, Templar! On your mark!
Off target! Awaiting orders! Take a shot! Find it!
I love the guys on the ship just giving over commands.
Let out some sail!
Really adds to the atmosphere, to be honest, like having all of these voice actors.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Crew up top! Douse those men!
Oh, look at that. A letter? For me?
Want to be left in peace, my friend? What then will you require?
A letter? For me?
For me? Yeah, no kidding. That's why I usually go for a fist takedown, because I do feel bad killing somebody who doesn't defend himself.
Well done, to my mind. Good day.
Blind Justice. Greetings, Privateer. You have been afforded the rare chance of being the instrument of righteousness and justice. A criminal masquerading as a captain sails aboard a British man-of-war. The charges against him are too long to list, but you will be a hero if you can board his ship and end his felonious life. This time we can take on Men of War. It's the first, I think. Actually, I think I took down a Man of War quite early in the game, but haven't since then. Yeah, that's a question, isn't it, Hitpix? Or can be something too long to list?
force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
And pull rig! Awaiting your mark, Captain! Fire! Ready to fire! Captain, won't waste your time! Not leave us missed! We can board and take up! Fire! Mission Rose! Come back!
Here we go. Men of war. Oh fuck.
Brace yourself! Take some damage here! Fire! Give the orders! Fire! Let's go rich! Fire! Take the shots up! Ready to blow! Yes, sir! Good shot to Templar!
Damn, we found the white whale location. That's quite rare. Okay, we got our boarded here. So let's align ourselves. Take it. The citizens of the Jackdaw. Damn, quite a bit of money here. And lots of cloth. A cloth, I guess. I'm gonna send this to the fleet here because it might be having a good amount of storage. Could be using for the fleet. So apparently I have uncovered the white whale location, right? So definitely like to do that. But it still doesn't expire for at least 6 hours, so we should be good here to at least accept the next assassin contract over here. And have a look.
All in the stunsail! Call down and crew up! Full all sail! Do you hear the news? Captain's overboard!
Yeah, that's 6 real life hours. So even if you're not online, it's still gonna continue. Or I guess if you're not playing the game. It's the same thing with other kind of like online timed events, and also with Camway's Fleet, which happens even if you're not playing the game.
You require my services. Perhaps
Hey there, Lucky Pier. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow.
Hey! Let's hear you sing! Send them all in boxes! Something I...
I love all of these Caribbean islands. It's really the gameplay loop of like, you know, exploring on the Naval and then finding an island to take on. And what's also great about them is they're kind of like smaller, isolated areas. So you can finish off the individual locations also a bit more of a compact manner, I guess. So there are 2 secrets here somewhere. Let's have a look. So we have a treasure map up here. You could say Edward has a bit of an anger issue. But hey, it's always the other one starting right. As he says in Havana at the beginning. He's just happening to be inside the mayhem. Always. The expedition. Though the gang of Templar privateers has taken refuge on a forgotten island near here, your target is the leader. So that's on Cumberland Bay, where I haven't been yet. Yeah, the soundtrack is so good in Black Flag.
Crowd it all on!
Brian Tyler.
Loose cops and royals!
I think he's also done the soundtrack for Far Cry 3 actually. Which ironically is just one of many similarities because we also used quite a few of the textures and of the game what it looks like, I guess. Also made it by Ubisoft Montreal. Okay, so this is all the way up here. I'm gonna make things go by a bit faster by traveling over here to this fort.
Get the mainsails into the wind! Cruise down, gallants! All sails, she'll take it! We ride the wind, for all she's worth! All right, Jack, sing!
I dug his grave with a silver spade. I dug his grave with a silver spade. Aha! Come along, get along, stormy along, John.
Yeah, I think we gotta defeat a Man of War here to get access to this location.
Ready to fire! Cruise up! East base! Shot the crippler! Hold her in! Awaiting orders! Studs up! Let's get moving! Come on, you slugs! Man those ships! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Don't lie about! Get to your seats and hold!
I think there's a bit of a faction fight happening here between the pirates and guards. Oh, never mind. Actually, enemies.
I've a letter of marque here. One of a different sort, lad. No country or king bids us fight today. It's a The secret order of well-to-do aristocrats who pay better than any monarch or governor.
Who do you mean, Captain?
I'd wager he were a Templar, but I can't rightly say, for I only met him once. Be that as it may, his orders are clear and strict, and his pay is frightfully good. What's he asking? He wants that we should sail to a small village near Yucatan, where we'll find all manner of heathens hopping about in hoods and robes. Says he'll give us a fortune to do any kind of damage we can.
That suits me. The natives of these islands never put up no fight we can't manage.
It's kind of funny he keeps talking even if he's asleep. Nice. Does it. Okay, what else do we have here? Another secret apparently. Ah yeah, we have a letter.
A letter? For me?
For me? Still waiting for letter number 2 here. There's also new database entries here apparently. Oh yeah. Okay then, let's go ahead and actually have a read up here. Atabai. Name for the Mayan god of hunting, Atabai's given name remains a mystery, and very little is known about his earliest decades. We're still searching for a direct descendant, but fear this will be impossible. The only child he is known to have fathered died before the age of 10. Note a ready-made tragedy. If we can find the right footage, keep looking. What little else we know about him comes from his own mouth, from the stories he told those who knew him. When speaking about his own past, he often avoids personal details in favor of abstractions and hints. He frequently speaks of his love and admiration for the tragic history of his people, and often use these stories to illustrate the complex intersections of cultures and religions, frequently pointing out the fact that from within and without come enemies and allies alike. Nothing in life is guaranteed except surprise. Note, aloof mentor figures can work, but only if they have a soft side, a redemptive moment. It is not known how early Atabai acquired the title of mentor, nor how large his impact was on the assassins of the West Indies. We do know, however, that he maintained a semi-regular contact with the assassins in the British colonies to the north, in various parts of Europe and Africa, and in China. We also know that he was instrumental in opening his branch to men and women from all walks of life, mostly Europeans, Africans, and those native to the area. As a native Mayan himself, rumors and stories of the ancient observatory were not foreign to Atabai. So in 1713, rumors of a new sage began to surface. Atabai took it upon himself to locate this man for himself, believing the assassins should be the protectors of his ancient and mysterious place. Atabai sent word far and wide to as many assassin outposts as possible, hoping that a network of spies and informants would lead them to their prize. But after 2 years, there was no word. Then, at some point in early 1715, an experienced British assassin named Duncan Walpole arrived at Atabai's encampment, initially expressing a desire to train under the mentor directly. Atabai found the request odd but flattering. for Walpole had already achieved a level of mastery few assassins ever reached. But after many months of intensive training, Atabai came to consider Duncan Walpole as one of his most trusted colleagues. Training montage would love his footage. Then, in June of 1715, word arrived that the Templars had located and imprisoned the sage on Spanish lands in the far south. Seeing an opportunity to cripple his enemies, Atabai entrusted Duncan Walpole with the task of rallying various assassins around the West Indies and leading an assault on the Templar prison ship en route to Havana. Duncan Walpole agreed to this task and was never heard from again. It was only after Edward Kenway's disastrous meddling in Havana that Atabai was made aware of the full extent of Walpole's betrayal. Lawrence Prince, often anglicized as Lawrence Prince, was a Dutchman from Amsterdam who spent the majority of his life in and around the West Indies. Operating out of a Port Royal, Prince saw an incredible amount of action and adventure in his long life. Sailing as a privateer in the early days of the golden age of piracy, 1650s, he developed a reputation for courage fighting the Spanish on behalf of the British Crown, sometimes bearing a letter of marque, often without. He even played a pivotal role in Sir Henry Morgan's infamous raid on Panama in 1671, for which he was roundly celebrated. Prince eventually retired from privateering and settled in a large acreage of land in Jamaica. It must have been around this time that he entered into the slave trade as a means of bolstering his wealth, an occupation he pursued well into his 70s. In 1717, his flagship slave galley, the Woodar, was attacked and captured by the pirate Black Sam Bellamy. Prince managed to survive the encounter and fell back into his old occupation until his death some months later. Calico Jack Rackham. Of a few infamous pirates who call the West Indies his birthplace, Jack Rackham was born in Jamaica at the height of Port Royal's boom as a den of scoundrels. This would likely explain his atrophied moral compass, where he was frequently drunk, rarely serious about anything, and always chasing women. He used his outrageous and offensive charm to keep out of most trouble, but a strategist and fighter he was not. Nicknamed Calico for his affinity for Indian and Asian prints, he was a terrible sailor and a worse pirate, given to flights of fancy and myopic ideas that served only himself, rather than solid strategic thinking. He was likely drunk for half of his adulthood and had a weakness for women that trumped all basic needs, such as sleeping or eating. His disarming charm, dashing good looks, and swift wit carried him far, but parties can only last so long before someone has to clean up after them. Charles Wayne. The common refrain in any biography of a Golden Age pirate goes something like this. Very little is known about this man's early life, and with Charles Wayne it's no different. We don't know where he was born or where he grew up, or when he first took to sea, but maybe that just as well further heightens the mystery of a strange, unstable man. Surely one of the most ornery and unstable of the flying gang, the band of pirates who called Nassau their home for a time, Charles Wayne began his career like most pirates of the era, honestly as a privateer sailing for his king. Likely living in Jamaica in 1715, he was one of the many aboard Henry Jennings' assault on a Spanish expedition to recover the gold from the ill-fated wreck in 1715 off the coast of Florida. Barely a year later, it had become impossible to keep up honest work as a privateer, as British governors were skittish about breaking the terms of the Treaty of Utrecht, which called for the cessation of all aggression between the major empires. Having few other options, Vance sailed to Nassau, where many of his former colleagues were now living. Quick to anger and ferociously mean, Charles Wayne quickly earned himself a reputation as a difficult captain to sail under. At some point in 1717 or 18, an old friend Calico Jack Rackham joined his crew as a quartermaster. The two remained partnered for some time, living and working out of Nassau with the likes of Benjamin Hornigold, Ed Fetch, and Henry Jennings. Edward Fetch. Known variously by different sources as Fetch. What up? Didn't I read this already? Yeah, I think I did. Smuggler Vance. Born in England, the passionate, creative, yet incredibly gullible Vance Travers found a life for himself amongst the Assassin Brotherhood in the West Indies, where he ran a successful smuggling enterprise with his older brother, Upton. Business took a turn for the worse after he met and fell in love with the Templar Jing Lang, who persuaded him to divulge knowledge of the location of buried treasure, with which he and Upton planned to fund their retirement. Paranoid, Travers developed a delusion that his brother plotted to steal his treasure and Jing's heart. He broke from the creed and after a failed attempt at fratricide, was killed by Edward Kenway. Jing Lang. Born to Chinese rebels, Jing Lang came into the world fighting, but survived to become a skilled diplomat and a flair for languages and a taste of discovery. Ambitious, Lang married the son of a general in the Qing dynasty, joining the Templar Order, but severing ties with her family in the process. She served as a diplomatic advisor until a shift in political tides provoked her escape into piracy. Over the next decade, she crossed every sea, developing a reputation for brutality that preceded her into most conflicts. In the West Indies, she fell under the spell of a rumored cage of treasure and feigned a romantic relationship with one-time assassin Vance Travers to gain access to it. She might have been successful had it not been for Travers' brother Upton, an assassin who schemed to have her killed, betraying his brother in the process. She died at the age of 30. Smuggler Upton. Upton Travers was born in England in 1688, 2 years ahead of his brother Vance Travers. Together they traveled to the West Indies in search of a fortune, which they established in the form of a smuggling business, which they used to fund their growing involvement with the Assassin Brotherhood. Although Vance was the most charismatic of the two Assassin brothers, Upton made up for it with his measured, sensible responses to life's challenges. However, every man has a breaking point, and Upton found his after Vance took up with the Chinese pirate queen, Jing Lang, a Templar, attempted to steal the treasure on which they had staked their retirement, before finally attempting fratricide. Depressed, Upton turned to alcohol, which may have been a factor in his retaliation. He ultimately had both Jing Lang and his brother dispatched by one of his assassins. Which isn't technically true because Edward isn't an assassin yet. He's just working for the assassins with the assassin contracts essentially and the Templar hunts to gain the Templar keys. But he isn't one of them yet. But you have to also consider that this is written kind of like with a biased stance of Abstergo because they're writing the database here. And they want to make people like Jing Lang be portrayed as positively as possible. Hey the Banshee. Oh, very nice, that's good to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying Valhalla so far. And yeah, honestly, you know, I have to agree to a certain point. Like, I do feel that Valhalla definitely perfects a lot of the things that Origins and Odyssey attempted. And yeah, for me it's definitely... I think I like Origins still a bit better for the setting and the story. But I think Valhalla does a lot of things better than Origins, you know, especially on the gameplay level. And yeah, I do like Valhalla a lot. The only thing I have to criticize about Valhalla, or that I didn't quite enjoy as much, was the game length, you know, because it's a really long game. I still have to say that I enjoyed my entire time with it. Just upon replaying the game, you know, it can be a bit long and daunting. But I do think it has a really good variety of activities and stuff you can do in the game. So even playing the game for like hundreds of hours, you know, I didn't really get bored too quickly. But yeah, I love Valhalla. I think it's a really good story. I think it also really advances a lot of the lore quite well. And really brought the gameplay on another level, I guess, after Origins. But yeah, what part of the game are you up to currently? Have you already made your way to England? Ava Mola, welcome in. It's going very good, thank you. Doing some of a pirate life today. How are you doing? I hope you're also having a good start in the week so far. Yeah, that's all of the people database entries we've gotten so far.
Hey, tú, quieto!
I got Shamola. Yeah, that's the right spirit, I would say. Definitely gonna crush it.
Clues down! Catch some wind! Let's ride this blow, lads!
Very nice, Banshee. That's some good progress already. Finishing with East Anglia. I quite enjoy the story arcs, you know, the way they've been structured. I do think they all bring something unique to the table, you know, like the characters you get to meet there, and the thematics you play with.
Unfold, mates! Let's move! On your mark, Captain! We're ready, sir! Fire! Weakest right there, Captain! Fire! Fire! Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there! As much same as you can! Come to planks!
Alright, what were we doing? Totally forgot that we wanted to do the white whale here. I think I'm gonna do it now before I forget about it later. It's like by far the most difficult one to catch because it's super healthy. But I'm fully maxed out on all the harpooning and rowboat armor and stuff, so we should be fine.
A song. Whiskey is the life of man. Get up those shrouds, let's move! Oh, shroud it all on! Close down, man your sheets! I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, sorry, I drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, sorry, whiskey made me...
The other thing is, if we do this now, then there's a bigger chance we're gonna maybe discover another one soon. because there can only be one white whale at a time, I think.
It's the white whale!
Okay. Moby Dick.
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
There he is! The rope is holding! Hang tight! Ah, yes! He's turning the sea red! Yes! He don't like that! Ah, yes! Get him before he's even flinched! It's a hit! There! Hold the rope! Where is it? We have him on the line! We have him on the line! Hold fast! Ah, yes! Stung him! Got him! Yes! Nice one! Good hit, Captain! One more! Snap, Captain! Tie her down! Secure the rope! Hang on, Captain!
Yeah, look at the size of this guy. I don't even know how I can pull this up, to be honest.
Today, sir.
That's a white whale. The most difficult one to catch. I mean, at least, you know, health-wise. I would say the white shark is probably trickier to deal with the speed and how aggressive it is. Yeah, that's that done. We could actually also go to Mystery Island and do another one of these DLC islands for the next outfit as well. I think I do that. Just gotta avoid the legendary ship battle, because it's getting quite close to us here.
His tail to sew our sails, and we say so, and we know so, and the iron of his shoes to make deck nails. Oh, poor old man. Drop him down with a long, long rope, and we say so, and we know so, where the sharks will have his body and the devil take his soul. Oh, poor old man.
It's kind of a sad song. Poor old man. Mystery Island. So that should be the last DLC island here in the game, actually. This is where Steve Bonnet actually has left behind a cup of the treasures. Which means this is where we can also unlock his outfit as well. One rum. It's enough for Edward, I guess. But nobody else. Hey Varot, welcome in. And how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was AC Syndicate today? I hope you had a good time. Hey there Anakin, hey there Seraph, welcome in. Thank you for joining in with the raid.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? Revenge's figurehead. Oh fucking hell. Couldn't assassinate them for some reason. I guess because it was kind of like a fight between this guy and the other one. Which means assassination didn't actually work. What was very frustrating, had another optional objective that when you did it right the first time it didn't count, and then later I did the same thing and it worked. Really? That's so annoying, you know, where the game is just like completely random with how it treats certain events or how an objective gets treated to be done or not. But I hope you got it done eventually. And yeah, Black Flag is going pretty well. It was actually our first detection for today, just now. So in terms of the stealth challenge, it's been going really good. And yeah, I've just been focusing a bit more on the side stuff today. Did a lot of assassin contracts, did the first Templar hunt in Nassau with the two brothers. And the Chinese Templar Jingling. Also done lots of naval forts and naval contracts, so yeah. Definitely been doing good with catching up with all of that kind of like content. I'm just gonna create a massive brawl here. The fuck? Just standing there doing nothing. I think it's because we're locked inside the cheering animation. Which kind of like overrides the Berserk effect, I guess. But yeah, that didn't do anything. You blame the raid. I was kind of going there in there with the risk, I guess, of getting detected, because once people are kind of like inside a certain animation, they usually are getting treated differently. Like with these guys fighting over there. I guess technically I could not count it, I guess, but I'm just gonna do it. Because I was aware that that could happen, I guess. I was just hoping for a sneaky double assassination. Yeah, the drunken escort mission. That was quite funny. We're just done with London Secrets and Rod ended the stream. I gotcha, Anakin. Yeah, London Secrets, the music box is right. There can definitely be a lot of them. It's kind of cool the reward you get for collecting all of those. I got your rod. That's really good progress though. And I don't blame you for making an exception for those kind of scenarios, right? Because it can be quite frustrating at times. With the liberation missions. But that's fair to only do it for the ones that are needed to finish off the main story, you know? Since anything after that is kind of like optional to progress to the main story. Yeah, 32. I'm definitely glad to have one of the maps for the secrets whenever I have to collect them, because it can be quite tricky finding all of them yourself. But yeah, in a way I guess it is sightseeing, taking all across London. Cheers, Rod. Yeah, definitely is alright, you know, considering that I also count warehouses and DSC islands like this one, of course, and even the coves, like anything that's like a special location where you have to use stealth to advance through it, or you could use stealth, I guess, for any kind of advantage, like the warehouses. I will actually count against me. So yeah, I'm definitely happy with 8 detections so far. The amount of hours we have already played. But of course the stealth challenge only goes so far, right? Because I won't count stealth against me if, for example, I have killed the target. Because as long as I kill the target, stealth afterwards won't be counted. I just have to escape, essentially. So it makes it a bit more forgiving. Just focusing on getting the target done. We got Steed Bond and Satire. Oh yeah. I'm gonna add that to the outfit selection and the break here.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take anything you like. Okay. But that means we're now done with Mystery Island as well. Let's get back. Jacob wanted a gown as well. Yeah. Bit of a slap in the face for him that he didn't get anything out of the secrets. The count for memory restarts for a challenge is now 34. That's definitely fair too, you know. I mean, especially considering how many you have strung together with a multi-challenge. And you're also doing like 4 memory restarts, or are you doing checkpoint restarts? I think it's memory restarts, isn't it?
Crowd on every inch! Crowd on all the sail we have!
Okay. Let's head back to Il Avak of the next assassin contract here. I got your rod. That's fair. But yeah, that would make it so much more difficult as well, you know, having to restart from the very beginning. Instead of just like a checkpoint. Because often there can be like so many steps needed to progress through a mission as well. Slave Master. We have identified a particularly brutal slave trafficking network operating between Africa and the West Indies. The man earning a profit for this villainy is believed to be on a nearby island. Kill him. So he's on Tortuga? Yeah, Tortuga. Yeah, that's another thing, right? With like just traversal during a mission. Because it doesn't always align, I guess, with what the game kind of like says you could do, I guess, or have to do. If you're having like a challenge going on at the same time. Jesus. My target is over here. There's so many guards here actually. Okay, let's wait a second, see if he says anything. Doesn't seem like Wo. Goodbye, slave master. May you walk the land of a Duat.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Oh yeah. And I can't wait to play Origins again, honestly. I think that's the game I'm currently most hyped about replaying. Remember the mission where Jacob has to tell the target who visits multiple locations who has on him the info you need to pickpocket without detection for the optional objective? We discovered a really easy way of doing it. When he arrives at his first destination, if you know where he stops, there's a crowd of people you can blend with. And even though you won't be right next to him, the prompt to loot will still appear, so you can do it without having to get too close to him. Really? Wow. Yeah, that mission is really tricky to get right with the optional objective, you know, because timing can be quite tricky. It's funny though that you can kind of like debate that mission, I guess, in a way. Yeah, gonna be so good to experience Bike's story again. Especially after seeing more of the behind the scenes of Black Flag earlier. Because you can really see how many ideas from Black Flag kind of like transpired over to Origins. With like trying the open world to be like more sandbox like, you know, because it truly and literally created the sandbox of Origins. Even more so than Black Flag has already pushed forward to. Okay, how about we do another naval contract, and then I think I'm gonna take a quick break before we continue and do some main story actually. Yeah, there's gonna be lots of high precision garrus to count again. I've actually been running around Origins yesterday trying to record more variations of high precision Garra. because I figured out how to do a variation now with a command. For example, anytime somebody redeems where's Shadsley, the sound bit, it's now gonna play like a variation of asking for Lee. But it was actually quite tricky to record that, because if you run across the citizens of Egypt, then there's like a chance they're gonna like talk over each other with the different sound bits, I guess. So I didn't even get to record like a proper high precision Gary variation without having anything else going on.
I'm poor and sick and hungry.
So I gotta go back and try my best to record like a clean version of that. Citizen.
Citizen!
But yeah, I guess I could also record variations for I'm poor and sick and hungry as well, actually. Because there's definitely quite a few of them. Also for citizens. Personal matter. A valiant countryman and close personal friend has been lost to a wicked British captain. Sink his ship, the HMS Defiance, and all those who aid the criminal as well.
Captain, loose and swim too!
There it is.
Larboard, Captain! Shipwreck survivor!
There's actually a pirate assisting us here. Make sure not to hit this one.
Still alive, I think! Fire! Royal Bloody Navy! They're all alone! To get the mainsails into the wind! Right! Got us that tight! Fire! Won't waste that there! Fire! On your mark! Fire! Always close! Take the shots up! Fire! Fire! Won't waste that there! We're ready, sir! Fire! We can board and take up!
Fancy a wee swim, do you?
Oh, there's actually a letter on like a random location. Let's make sure to also collect this one. But we had the first ever game crash on the PS5 today as well. Unfortunately, it ended the stream too, so unless there's an option you haven't selected yet to prevent that, then it looks like whenever a game crashes on the PS5, a broadcast ends. Really? I don't understand that, you know. Like, why you can't just stream like from the PS5 in general without having to be in a game, and then, you know, if a game crashes, you'll just get like thrown back to the home screen or something. Because you can do that with, for example, PlayStation Remote Play, right? I guess it could maybe be something for you to look into, because I've been streaming via Remote Play when I first got my PS4 as well. It's basically a software where you stream the PlayStation footage to your network. Then you can display it on your laptop and you could stream that footage through your laptop. It's maybe not quite as good of a quality depending on your internet connection. But that's how you would prevent, I guess, a stream ending if your game crashes. But that's a really good substitute as well if you don't have a capture card. Okay, still waiting for letter number 2 here. That happens on the Xbox when the game crashes. It didn't years and years ago, but then eventually updated it to not end the stream when the game would crash. And yeah, no worries. It's definitely helpful, you know, if you want to avoid stuff like that to happen. The only thing that can happen with remote play is that if you lose connection with your Wi-Fi, if that's how your laptop and PlayStation are connected to the internet, then any disruption, of course, would also have a bad influence on that, I guess. But you can avoid it with just like directly connecting it to the router, I guess. But it is quite a useful and helpful tool for sure. Not very extensive on the laptop either, because you of course don't stream the game directly, you just stream like a video, essentially. But yeah, either way, I'm gonna go and take a break now, and then when I come back we're gonna finally make our way towards the main story. Although I'm sure we're getting distracted somehow on the way there. But yeah, we are quite close to Kingston, so I'm gonna make sure to get there rather soon, so we can advance with Sequence 5 and also bring that to a close today. But yeah, I'll be back in a few, and until then I'm gonna leave you with some of the amazing soundtrack of Black Flag by Brian Tyler. And also before I go, I want to give a couple of shoutouts actually. And I highly recommend people to check out Rod's channel. He's another massive fan of Assassin's Creed and is also currently playing through the annual series run of all of the AC games. And he's doing challenges for each AC game that's unique to the game. So currently with Syndicate he's doing a multi-challenge where he's combining things like stealth and objectives with other kind of like conditions he has to fulfill to be able to finish off the memories. He's also been doing no hard runs and the likes, so always kind of like changing it up fresh for each game. And he's also a big fan of other narratively driven games like Rockstar games, Tomb Raider, and many, many more. So definitely make sure to check out that. Also go ahead and check out Mola and consider leaving a follow there. He's also been playing lots of narratively driven games too. From Alan Wake, Control, Assassin's Creed, to also community driven games. He's currently taking a break from streaming though, but I would still recommend following in case he will stream again. So yeah, definitely consider checking that out too. And yeah, I'm gonna go and take a break now, so I will be back in just a few. And that's no worries either for the shoutouts. More than happy to give you guys some. Catch you in a few. Alright, welcome back guys to more of AC4 Black Flag and our stealth and all mission objectives playthrough. Before we're actually heading back into the game to continue with sequence 5 and finish off the sequence 2, I do actually want to showcase a bit more of the behind the scenes stuff. Earlier today we started by watching the making of Black Flag as part of the IGN series, so kind of like an outside look into the development of a game. And we watched the first part, exclusive gameplay and concept art, and then also the second, creating a next-gen open-world Caribbean. But yeah, now we still have a third part, the Pirate Assassin. And then I would also like to showcase a kind of like special behind-the-scenes look by NVIDIA, who of course assisted in creating a lot of the particles effect and making it truly next-gen with how the game looked like. But yeah, those two videos are actually the last two as part of the behind the scenes stuff we're gonna be watching for the game. So yeah, this is gonna be the last bit. So hope you enjoy this behind the scenes look, and let's go.
Fortune and adventure you seek, and Captain Edward Kenway's your man.
So discovering Edward, discovering this pirate universe that's within the AC brand, it was all super exciting from the get-go.
We don't just make visual art. We don't just get a lot of artists and make it look like the time period. We also want to make it sound like the time period. We want these people to have jobs that reflect the time period, lives that reflect the time period, attitudes that reflect it.
And we had this incredible cast to build upon, with Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Calico Jack, and all the rest.
One way we like to think about this story is that it's the revolution before the revolution. Nassau is a place where all these pirates threw off the chains of their empires. They literally thought of themselves as proto-statesmen in a kind of quasi-democracy. Edward, the way I approached it was, I took a look at what would be the average pirate at the time. He would have been from the British Isles. He would have been in his 20s. He would have been a sailor already, probably. So I worked all these things into his background.
We knew we wanted him to be English, to be Welsh, because we wanted that connection with 83, So we knew from the beginning that it will be the grandfather of Connor, the father of Etham, and this already placed his social origin, basically.
He does start off as a pirate, full-fledged pirate. He knows nothing about the Assassin Order or the Templars. He's just a guy in the West Indies, a sailor who happens to want money and to go after it. And then very quickly, he does something that gains the attention of the Assassins and the Templars, of course. He gets pulled into their feud unintentionally because of his actions. Rather than this kind of coming-of-age story where we see a young man thrown into difficult circumstances and the Assassins provide a way forward, as it was with Ezio and Connor, certainly. Edward's approach is very different. He sees these Assassins and Templars. They both have their own goals, and Edward sees an opportunity to use both of them as a means of furthering his own personal goals. So very much a pirate. He's almost sort of pirating their techniques and pirating their attitudes. So for a long time, he doesn't really understand the creed itself. And he tries to use it. And he tries to use the Assassins to gain what he wants. All at the same time, it is seeping in slowly. So the struggle of pirate versus assassin is something that you see in Edward throughout the whole story, pretty much right till the end. And it's part of the fun of the adventure. It also was an excuse for us, to be honest, to introduce the creed to maybe new fans who are not quite familiar with it, to understand the philosophies of the Templars versus the philosophies of the Assassins.
And what we try to portray in our game is this initially sort of noble band of pirates, Ben Hornigold and Blackbeard. Their experiment in this quasi-democracy attracts worse and worse elements, so that by the end of it, it's just a free-for-all, and piracy really becomes a cancer. And it's up to Edward to kind of go like, do I want to continue with this or not? I'm not sure.
Darby's done a fantastic job with developing Edward's intricacies and, you know, the details of who he is. And all of this, you know, you kind of, it makes you root for him, it makes you want him to succeed, but at the same time, it kind of makes you like facepalm and be like, what are you doing, you moron?
The way that I conceived him was I kind of created a triangle with Haytham, Connor, and Edward, right? So I wanted to give a few personality quirks from Connor and Haytham, give them to Edward to make it feel like this was one big family. I gave a bit of the sort of sentimentality that Connor has, that sort of deep-seated idea that things will turn out well. I gave that to Edward, but also kind of Haytham's brutality and his brashness. He's definitely charismatic and a bit crass. He likes his drink. He's quite likely to get himself into a lot of trouble without thinking about it. He can be very brutal. He's a sincere guy, but he acts first, asks questions later.
All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye!
So Edward is much more reckless, brash young man. So we wanted to have the animation reflect this. So we went much more and we reviewed all the behavior animation to have something that is much more close to the bar fights. So we use the fist, we use the knees, etc. to really have this aspect of the pirate flavor that we wanted in the game.
So a lot of work has gone into speeding up Edward, making sure that he feels like an assassin and a sailor at the same time. Some of the climbing elements were felt to be a bit too slow in previous ACs, so we sped things up. Even just to do boarding, we wanted it to be fast. We wanted you, if you wanted to be up in the masts and kind of a master of your domain, we didn't want you to spend 30 seconds climbing rigging. So we put in a lot of mechanics to get you up there really fast.
For the combat and the fight, we really wanted to keep the game dynamic. So that there is always something, you know, moving around him. We wanted a different style, obviously, because he is not Connor, he's not Altair or Ezio. So the dual sword fighting style was quite new, and also the fact that you could quickly, you know, chain shotguns.
You know, one of the big additions we made were the pistols. Pistols were really strong aspect of the pirate life, so we knew that they needed to be part of the combat system, but we had to balance them. The combat system is something that we wanted people to have a longer time to master. So the enemies are a bit tougher. On the flip side, we've made it much more accessible. So we have, for example, we have these tutorial systems that run in the background that will only activate when we notice you know, not understanding how to play. But this doesn't activate for, you know, hardcore fans that know what they're doing, know how to play. They'll never see this.
Pirates were not only exuberant, you know, fighters in ships, but they were also sneaking, you know, in little towns, little forts to steal goods on the ground too.
For the stealth, we also really review all the animation to make sure that we improve the fluidity, to make sure that the player, when he's moving from a stealth position to another one, that really don't feel the change and you really feel immersed in the game.
We put the control in people's hands and we ask them, how does it feel to be Edward? Do you feel an assassin? Do you feel a pirate? And unanimously, you feel it.
I really wanted Black Flag to be kind of a sum of all what has been said, but also obviously something new, but something really made for newcomers so they can prehend our universe on a very fresh way, but our fans will see basically and pick some links that exist, and I think everybody will love it.
A lot of the people on this team are fresh to the brand. And so this was something that I think UB specifically wanted to do with AC4, is bring in a bit of fresh blood to, you know, new ideas, new ways of thinking. You know, for me, this is personally my first AC that I've worked on. And I love the brand, and I was super excited when I was approached to join. So that was very thrilling for me. As soon as we picked up the controller, it was, okay, this is our game. We've had a lot of these moments in the game, in the development, where stuff just comes together and it's like, okay, this is the game, this is perfect.
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the porn. To me, rollicking randy dandy, oh.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashraf Ismail. I am the game director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and we're here in Ubisoft Montreal. I'm very proud to be here with you, our PC gamers, our GeForce fans. This is where we make Assassin's Creed, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be able to show you behind the scenes of how we're going to make this AC the best AC on PC. So come follow me. So this is where it all happens. This is the AC4 dev team. Behind me is an army of the most passionate and talented game developers out there. We have programmers, engineers, designers, artists, all in the back there working to make the best AC game possible. If you'll follow me, I'll show you some more stuff. We're here in our sound booth. Over there we have a Foley stage. You know, sound design is very important in Assassin's Creed. We need to marry these amazing visuals with great audio, so we do everything in-house. And that includes sound effects, voiceovers, and music. I have one more thing I'd like to show you, so let's go. More emotion. So what I'm about to show you is Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag on a 4K screen. So I've never seen this before. This is my first time seeing it, and it's gonna be the time we show it to you, so I'm really excited. Let's go. This is stunning. This is absolutely stunning.
Look at the texture of the flag.
So we're here, Sylvain, with our PC gamers. Everyone, this is Sylvain, our associate producer. So Sylvain, maybe you can walk us through and tell us, what does 4K mean? What does it mean for PC?
So 4K basically is like 4 screen of 1080p in a single screen.
Oh, okay, so that means all the textures, everything's just high res.
Yeah, the game is like just simply awesome. Look at all the wood planks and everything. So you see like the textures like on the cannon.
You can feel the grain of the wood.
You can see all the different essence of wood that were used to build the ship.
And even the shadows are high res?
Yeah, the shadow was super high res. So, and another big advantage of 4K is that, look at this, look at all the ropes. So even if you are far, it's super hard to draw this thing, but with this number of pixels, like the GPU we have, it's showing like super nicely.
This is absolutely breathtaking. I mean, I've never seen the game this detailed. I've never seen the game this beautiful before. Wow. So with Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, you know, when we started this game, we told ourselves we wanted to make the definitive pirate experience. And from there, this is where we started telling the tale of Edward Kenway, the grandfather of Connor from AC3, a British man who's poor, who's a sailor, who gets sucked into the life of piracy because he gets lured by fame and fortune. And this is the story we tell. When we started Black Flag and we said we're doing the Caribbean, we needed to deliver this picturesque vision of what the Caribbean is. It needs to be this really beautiful place. And we found that on PC, we can push a lot of the features, a lot of the visuals, to have it be much more credible, much more authentic, and just visually stunning. You know, we ship on many platforms, but we wanted to put extra love and care into the PC platform. We love the PC. It's really one of the most beautiful ways of playing the game and seeing the game. Working with NVIDIA from the beginning, you know, it was a partnership that was really about how can we push the PC version of the game. And so we've had our engineers working with NVIDIA's engineers to really push the tech, to really push what the cards can do, to push what our engine can do. Really all in the hopes of having a really stunning and beautiful PC version of the game. So, you know, things like TXA anti-aliasing, we have a lot of rigging, a lot of rope on ships. And, you know, we can't have jaggies everywhere, so we really wanted the most beautiful version of anti-aliasing that we can have. On top of that, we have tons of things in the environment, you know, things like jungles, things like cities with a dynamic day-night cycle. So we needed to have shadows that were really breathtaking, that were very believable. And so we take advantage of PCSS on the GeForce cards. This is where the shadows have a lot more life to them. They have a lot more fullness to them. Of course, we have a beautiful sun. We have this amazing cloth. We have all these foliage around you. So we needed to have improved God rays. We take advantage of this feature called turbulence. This is where whenever you have a huge puff of smoke that comes out and disperses into the environment in a really natural way. So something like a cannon or a pistol. Again, this is unique to the NVIDIA cards, and this is something we take advantage of in AC4 Black Flag. AC4, we set out to make the definitive pirate game, and it is the best AC game we've ever built, and it's also the most beautiful game we've ever built. I think people are gonna absolutely eat this up.
And yeah, that's the last bit of behind the scenes for AC4 Black Flag. Always great to, you know, to kind of like hear the people behind the game and how much they kind of like try to push forward the series in lots of ways, you know. When it comes to the graphics, of course, just now, and how some of the effects looked. So of course the whole like pirate assassin fantasy, you know, like trying to merge both kind of like an authentic pirate feel, but still kind of like having all the assassination techniques that an assassin would have, you know, including the parkour, of course, social stealth and all that. But yeah, I think they really delivered, you know, on like both fantasies and meshed them together in the most beautiful ways. But yeah, with that we can go back into the game and finally make our way to Kingston to continue with the main story of Sequence 5. Go ahead and bot this one for a bit of metal here and also health.
Stunts up! Let's get moving! Drag them to that
If this person media team tried to hype a game they made again like this one we just watched, I would never eat it after Valhalla disaster, because God knows how much you were hyped for Valhalla just because of this team that made Black Flag and Origins. That's fair. I mean, Black Flag and Origins, you know, being like really big titles and hugely beloved. Valhalla didn't quite have the same popularity, I guess. I think it also didn't help that they had kind of like a bit of a disrupted development team, because Ashraf Ismail, the guy we just saw, right, the game director for Black Flag, also went on to be creative director for Origins and Valhalla. He of course was fired in the final phases of the development of Valhalla. And I think that also was a bit of an issue for the development, I guess, that the direction kind of like changed in the final stages. I don't think it affected the game all that much, honestly, but definitely a little bit.
Reef in, all top! Reef the men! Crew up gallants!
But Ubisoft 2013 was also very different to Ubisoft of recent years as well, in how they do things with games and how they want to add 2+ years of content on top of what is initially released. Yeah, that's definitely another thing, you know, that of course the company and some of the decision making behind the games has definitely changed. Even between Origins and Valhalla, even though Origins was laying kind of the groundwork, I guess. But yeah, you know, I haven't really listed like constant content that needs to be put out, and like so many different studios working on content really goes against something they've actually been talking about over and over again in Black Flag's behind the scenes, which is they wanted to have like one cohesive vision, right? And even if other studios have been assisting, it was very important to them that all are on the same kind of like line, I guess, and know exactly what they wanted to achieve with the game. So even if you had different studios working on certain content, it still felt like one vision. Whereas with Valhalla and even Odyssey, and with all the content that has been like put out years and years after the initial release, it didn't feel like one vision, you know. It felt very disrupted, and like you know, the characters were like constantly changing with the writers as well, you know. It wasn't like the same team working on the same character the entire time. It like changed constantly depending on the content. So yeah, I think that's also another issue, I guess. Kind of like trying to outsource so much of a game to different studios and not having a unique one vision, I guess. While on the Siege of Paris and Wrath of the Dual CC was enough content, you feel? Dawn of Ragnarok after that was just overkill, making the whole game an overbooted mess with all the extra content that just randomly pops up amongst what was originally there. Yeah. Then you also have like all the things like the Mastery Challenges, the River Raids, Forgotten Saga, you know, there's like so much content. It's just way too much, you know. Because the base game, even without the DLC, already is quite meaty, I guess. Yeah, it's like, it lives. Frankenstein monster, it lives. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like, imagine if they put the effort into like a new game, instead of just trying to milk out one of them for more and more content.
Friend.
Kingston. So we have a tavern, 9 viewpoints, 6 assassin contracts, 6 shanties, and a couple of secrets. I really wonder with Mirage if it's gonna be delayed or not, because so far it's been only a rumor, right? But given that we really have like seen nothing about the gameplay or any additional trailers, I think it's kind of unlikely for it to be released in June, you know. I definitely think it's gonna be the earliest at the end of 2023, like maybe October or something. But who knows, there's like lots of rumors going on right now. Nothing really confirming anything.
Tight, yeah!
Subiversary hype.
Hey there, Ronnie, welcome in. Thank you so much for the subiversary. And for the 30 months of resubbing, dude, I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a good morning, Monday over there. How's it going? Right, well, sequence 5. Traveling Salesman.
Here's how it goes. Torres meets with Prince, carrying a portion of the ransom, saying the rest is close behind. When we see the Sage, you bring in the rest of the gold, make the swap, and get out. I'll be watching all from close by.
No, Kenway, you run this scheme alone, at the risk of losing the faith of your crew. It makes me ill to think of you bartering with that wretched slaver.
Come on, mate. Once we have the Sage, we'll all be rich.
Not if young Master Kid gets to him first.
Kid? Jesus. That lad's here to kill him.
Edward, what the hell are you doing here?
I'm tailing these men to the Sage. And you hold off till he appears.
I think you've had enough. All right, Jesus. I'll stay my blade for a time, but not long.
Do you, Ronnie? I mean, that sounds always like a good plan to me.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Senior Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
Will you be doing any kind of like playthrough? Is it just gonna be like casual? Are you doing a challenge? Any amount of content, or
God rest their soul.
what's the plan in that regard?
Much has changed in that short time, you know. None called me governor, for instance, for I quit that post last year.
Ah, I was not aware.
Okay, so I actually gotta kill Gunners here for this mission.
Ah! Convert them? God knows, Travers, there's none here so foolish as that.
Foolish? How do you mean?
Is it not a sin to enslave a fellow Christian? Therefore, to transmute a slave soul from animal to man would be tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
Forgive my impatience, but how far is it?
We're nearly there.
Stand your ground, slave, and face corporal punishment like a man. Why act like a man now, when you have denied me that right for 30 years?
I find you very appalling, Prince. I believe all thinking, feeling men deserve respect and opportunity.
Ah, you Spaniards. Your long ties to the Moors have diluted your blood and softened your hearts.
This is not to say I believe in the natural equality of all races or sexes. Surely men with talent and intelligence should lead. But there is no true profit to be gained by the practice of slavery. In the short term, it makes us money. But in the long term, it will render us victims of violence.
Ah, but you and I, old as we are, will not listen. What so I thought.
Kinda wonder why I didn't get... Did I get 3 out of 4? Yeah, I did Berserk a Gunner, right? But for some reason I didn't get the kill. Maybe because I was out of range or something, but it should have counted, logically speaking. It's kind of annoying. Ron, you think you're going to make up a challenge of some kind? You're not sure what it will be yet? That's definitely fair. But yeah, the good thing is you can do like so many different kinds of challenges in theory. I always want to go and try a no-HUD playthrough eventually with Red Dead Redemption 2. But I think it's gonna be quite tricky. I mean, technically you could kind of like mark a location and then do like auto travel, right? So I think that would actually be helpful. But traversing in general, I think would be definitely tricky. That's true, yeah. A new healing and mission challenge could also be good. Wouldn't be too difficult, but at the same time would really push you to your limits, I guess.
Watch where you step, boy!
Guess I gotta find one more gunner here.
For virtue, if nothing else.
Virtue? Oh, Torres. I have no wish to waste my day chattering about slaves and their pitiable condition. Let us conclude this transaction, then celebrate as friends.
Fuck. I can't go that far away. Fuck. Of course they had to see me. It's really annoying that one gunner didn't count, because I would have been done with the requirement.
Other stories about you, true, sir. You were a governor in Florida for a time.
See. I am one of a number of civil servants in my family, a long line of politicians.
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics myself. Only I feel I have too much money and not enough years.
Now, no need to get your drunken asses into trouble.
I have always toyed with the idea of
Oh, come on. Can you guys look at the direction you're actually walking?
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics myself. Only I feel I have too much money and not enough years.
Speaking of oil, 1571, was it?
Oh, it's all true, yes. But let us not overesteem the honors forged and won on the battlefield. That skirmish was a deadly one, and a tremendous waste of coin and resources. It wasn't until many years after that I sheathed my sword in favor of a far safer and yet more profitable venture. Capital and resources. That's where money is made. And sir, let me tell you, honor both is more enjoyable than honor one, if a touch less permanent. You say you came alone, Torres?
Now's the time.
No. Not until we see the sage.
Here's a quiet spot. I'll see the money.
This is a portion of the ransom. The rest is close at hand.
It pains me to traffic someone of my own race for profit, Mr. Torres. Tell me again, what has this Roberts fellow done to upset you?
Is this some form of Protestant piety I'm not familiar with?
Perhaps another day.
What?
Next time, see to it that we are not followed. Deal with this!
Okay, force detection scenario here.
You cocked up my kill, Kenway.
For a better cause.
Jesus.
Trying to give us the slip.
I'm going after Prince.
Kid, no! Jim, stop!
Jesus, can I run? The game is like literally preventing me from running. I could have gotten him so easily. I'm here.
Come on, man! We can work this together!
You had your chance.
Stay your blade, kid! Wait! Jim, stop!
Jesus, Edward, what are you doing?
Damn you, old Strat! Keep your natty hands off me!
I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I found the sage.
I've been stalking that pig for a week now, charting his moves, and here I find not one but two of my targets, and you rob me of both.
Patience, man. You'll have your kills.
When I locate the sage, you're helping me take Prince. Got that?
Yeah, he's mad, alright, but it's understandable because Airport is just like, you know, preventing him from doing his job essentially. Because Airport, you know, he's not interested in taking down Prince, he's just interested in getting the sage. To get access to the observatory, that's his only aim here. Of selfish nature. That's true, Rod. Not having the reticule for shooting would be so damn difficult, you know. I remember doing the no HUD for Origins and Odyssey, and aiming with a bow without the reticule was insanely difficult. Kinda worked at some point, you know, because you got a feeling for it, but I reckon would be even more tricky with Red Dead. Of course, what would actually help is having auto aim enabled, which of course is enabled by default. Because then aiming would be much easier, I guess. But yeah. You could actually do that, Ronnie. Yeah, maybe ChatGPT has some ideas. That's how accidents walk into people happen. Money. We need that money. Just have some goddamn faith. Yeah, let's have a look here at the pistols. I think I want to go for some 5 range pistols here. For like really good stealth kills. Because as long as you do a headshot, it's a guaranteed kill. Doesn't matter how much damage it deals. So let's get these. Let's also get some new swords here. Let's go for the pirate scimitars here. A pair of sharp and devastating scimitars, prized by pirates and privateers from Barbados to Boston.
A pleasure.
Did you, Ronnie? So what did ChatGPT suggest then? No head challenge. Now that would be a true challenge for Ronnie. I think almost impossible. Gave 10 responses. Damn, that's a lot. Living off the land. To maintain your health, stamina, and dead-eye cores, you can only consume food that you've hunted or fished. You're not allowed to eat any canned goods or any other pre-packaged food items. That's interesting. It would definitely really increase getting involved with the hunting and stuff. I kinda like that actually. The weapon smuggler. A faction of pirates camped near the church has been smuggling illegal goods in the heart of the city to the wrong people. Kill their leader. That's a question, right? Because you can technically craft tonics, I guess, but not out of stuff you can, or maybe, right, maybe you could like get it out of some of the plants that you can like harvest. I guess that would work as well, right? Like anything you harvest, like plant-wise. That's my target. Could actually shoot this to kill him. Just needs to get closer.
An extra rum ration for the last man to raise my ire.
Not sure if it killed some bull. Gotta get closer to this.
Take care with this delivery. It's worth more than you'd see.
Fuck. I didn't kill him. Well, the good thing is, I didn't actually get detected there, so it's all good. I probably gotta make sure not to show myself until they stop investigating. I think you can make a bunch of things with the plants. Maybe you can't buy anything that you can make. Fair enough, yeah. That would make sense for sure. In any case, you would have to make sure to actually go into the menu to select what food to use instead of doing the quick heal button. So I gotta be honest, I didn't even know there was a quick heal button. I always went into the menu to select stuff there. Oh, learn something new, I guess. He gets berserked. It really is rot because I can't tell you the amount of times that I already got detected because the target didn't die. Okay. Got the stay out of combat bonus here as well. Excellent. Gacha rod. That's interesting. Gotta look into that the next time I actually play Red Dead 2 again. was an easy shanty to get here. Yeah, it's definitely a very satisfying way to do it with a berserk dart. Kind of like getting the target secure himself, really. The fact that you don't have to get anywhere close to a target as well. It's very convenient. You're watching some retrospectives on the Splinter Cell games, that has really gotten you looking forward to playing those again. Usually try to do them in September as like a Splinter Cell September marathon, but this year you might play them earlier than that. That's fair, I guess. To kind of like take it on earlier so you have like more time for other games. You really gotta finish before the year ends, I guess, as well. Yeah, it's gonna be cool to see you play those games again, because I really like the soundtrack and also the stealth mechanics in that. Eventually I will also start those games. But I think it's still gonna be a little bit of a while, because there's a couple other games I've lined up to play first for. But yeah, they really look like good fun. Yeah, I kinda wanna focus on the main story for now, and catch up with James' kid here. Let's head over there. There's a lot of rolling songs here in Kingston. Oh, very cool. It's crazy that the last game is already 10 years ago, right? Yeah, exactly, Rod. You know, it's nice to kind of like have plans for the future, what you want to be streaming. But yeah, at the same time there's also so much that I want to be streaming that it will always take like quite a bit of time to get to certain series and games, I guess. But still really nice to have like something to look forward to, I guess, you know. Because there's still so much that I want to be playing and streaming. Let's see if I can catch this one here. Nice, that worked. I love climbing wind modes like that. Would starting with Legion be okay? You definitely could do that, because it isn't like that much connected, I guess, in a way. Like, you don't really have to know too much about the Watch Dogs games prior to playing Legion, I guess. However, if you decide to also play the DLC for Legion, then I would definitely recommend playing the first two Watch Dogs games before. Because it's a direct like sequel story, I guess, to those characters. But apart from that, you can definitely play Legion and be fine, pretty much. I would still recommend playing the first two games in that order. But if you're just talking about the main game of Legion, it wouldn't be a biggie to play it first, to be honest. It's still more of an isolated setting and story. But I just gotta be careful with the DLC for Legion, I guess.
Wouldn't you prefer meeting in a pub?
I came to Kingston chasing a target. Getting pissed ain't a priority.
We could work together on this, you know. It's Lawrence Prince you're after. I want his prisoner.
We're after the Sage as well, Edward. Careful who you cross.
May the best man win.
There's guards patrolling that property from end to end. Looks to me like they use bells to signal trouble. See there? We'll want to disable those before pushing too far. With so many men about, we can't rely on stealth alone, so... I'll do what I can to distract and draw their attention, giving you a chance to cut them down. Ready?
Your name's not James, is it?
Not most days. Come on.
Your name's not James, is it? Like, duh, Edward, it isn't. I love that reveal, you know, of James being a woman. And it also showcases how much, you know, James or Mary, I guess now, trusts Edward to reveal herself like that, you know. Because very few people actually know about it. If you're not friends or family. Absolutely, Rod. Yeah, it's really cool how she pretends to be like in pain, I guess, to use it as an advantage. It's definitely something that wouldn't work for Edward, you know. Edward is like, raw.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
How is it you're a woman?
Christ, Edward. Is that something that needs explaining? Now, I'm here to do a job. I'll let you be amused later.
Okay, so for the full sync here, we gotta use Berserk darts on brutes and steep darts on gunners. Can I actually craft anything, I wonder? I don't think so. Created a bit of a ruckus, yeah? It really is runny. Especially with the bombs that we throw as well. They're like so tanky. Let's take care of the sniper here real quick. I actually love berserking the guys with a short knife even more, because they're really good. They can always kind of like always one-shot regular guys, and they can also defend, like deflect and stun enemies as well. So they're really good in like taking out enemies super quick and efficient. Gonna wait until they stop investigating here, otherwise it might lead to an insta detection. Go up here. Or not, I guess.
I can get him from here! Alert! Alert! Got a good line on him!
Yeah, it's so good, Ronnie, the way stealth works in this game. Especially after AC3, you know, this felt like a much more balanced experience for stealth. It's just a lot more fun with the tools you have and how detection works, because AC3 was just way too unforgiving, I felt.
Halt! Stand your ground!
Please, I've been shot. I need aid.
Christ, Thompson, look at her. She's hurt.
Dreadfully, sir. I'm poorly.
All right.
I'm faint.
Take an arm, lass.
Bless you, lads.
Yep, that's how I do it.
To keep your eyes free tonight. There's some men about bent on making trouble. I'll spread the word.
Citizen!
Citizen? Ava Aura, welcome in.
Citizen!
Let's just get up here. I'm actually gonna craft another sleep dart here for the other sniper as well. Isn't the first Plantation mission super fun? They really are. I love when you have kind of like infiltration missions in this game. Especially with all the, you know, hiding places that you have. That's some steel. That's how you do it. As a true assassin would. That's why I never help anyone you never know. That's right. Better safe than sorry, right? Yeah, that's true, Aura. It's kind of interesting they didn't go for the crouch mechanic, because one of the very early demo missions for the game, they actually had a crouch function, but they removed it for some reason from the final game. At least you can spam soundbite without worrying about game redemption. That's true. At least for the foreseeable future, until I activate the reward again. We'll be able to stack up quite a few points here. Let's take care of this.
This ain't no time for chatter, you hear? I am saying nothing. You got no quarrel with me. You take those goddamn guys on the head, all right? Look up once more and it'll be the last damn thing you ever see.
No problem here, sir. I'm working as best I can.
Put your back into it, mongrel.
That's our target. I'm gonna wait here to see if there's more dialogue. But yeah, we could already kill him here. Let's see him wait if he says anything. Yeah, he is Dutch, for sure. Maybe he spent so much time with the Brits that he just adapted. Won't be the first time that somebody who's not native English speaker and spends lots of time in like a certain part of like a word with a very dominant accent, they would kind of like adapt to that, I guess. Maybe that's why. There doesn't seem to be any additional dialogue here, so I'm gonna wait for him to go over there again, and then it's time for our assassination. Why do I have a checkpoint over there? That's weird.
Why hang over me like a leering crow to see an old man suffer?
You've caused no small portion of suffering yourself, Mr. Prince. Retribution, I suppose.
You absurd cutthroats and your precious philosophy. You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
As was I, lad. As was I.
Heads up, Kenway! I found your man!
I remember you. The Templar from Havana.
I'm no Templar, mate. That was just a ruse. We've come here to save your ass from this slaver.
Save me? I work for Mr. Prince.
Well, then he's a poor man to call master. He meant to sell you out to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems.
Roberts!
This escalated quickly. Time to run, I guess.
I've got a dead line on him! Got a line on him.
Right, stop.
I've got a shot! Have a clear shot! Good line on him! Clear shot! Clear shot on him! You get back here! Coming! He's going to lose us! Bastards in the snipe! Hello! Help me, damn it! Oh, bloody loose, man!
There we go. That's right, yeah, Aura. It was really cool to have the same voice actress again in Legion. I was actually really happy to hear again because I was wondering when another Ubisoft game might release where she's starring in. Because I loved her work as Mary and James' kid, I guess. I don't think she disappointed in Legion either. But it was cool to hear this piece of music on its own recently. It was redeemed for you to do in your most recent playthrough. Oh, was it? Yeah, it's always so cool to just really focus on like one aspect of the game sometimes, you know. Especially if it's like music as well. Because in this mission, of course, is so kind of like focused on escaping and getting away from everybody, that you might not pay too much attention to the music itself, you know. You heard Sabina went, hang on, that's my girl. Yeah, I was the same when I first heard her. In Legion.
Lost your man again, did you?
Aye. Roberts is a devil with a queer aversion to kindness. I suppose that's 2 men I've lost today. So, what's your real name, lass?
Mary Reed to my mum. And them I call friends. But not a word of it to anyone. Or I'll unman you as well.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Don't unman me. Take anything you like, but don't unman me. Hell yeah. Did it. I went pretty well for the stealth challenge there. Yeah, absolutely love that moment where Rod. She definitely is somebody you shouldn't mess around with too much, that's for sure. Yeah, they're BFFs now. Slave traders. A rather psychotic slave trader has been spotted doing his rotten business in the heart of a city. Kill him.
Break a leg, then it won't be so.
We're the only hands stupid enough to treat with you Templars.
What's taking so long?
Something's wrong here. I can feel it. We're not safe. Pipe down, you. You done so.
Every minute we tarry is a waste of time and breath. Do worry, won't ya?
Quiet.
Come on, go closer to the explosives. Or not. Because he's so far away that I'm not sure if I would actually kill him, you know. I think it might, but I don't want to risk getting detected without him dying, you know.
Until he touched down, it was looking right at me.
Hold there! Any luck?
Nice, we almost gotten all of the shanties here.
What a strange fella.
What a strange fella. Ah, okay, I got your aura. Yeah, sometimes I guess they're scripted in a way where they can also use the ship to kind of like get to another location. So there can be some weird interactions for sure. The Plantation Master. The Plantation Master of the North Fields is known to be an unusually cruel and sadistic slave trader. Kill him. Oh, did you aura? That's so cool. It's great when you meet somebody and can have a chance to bond over something you both enjoy, you know? Especially, of course, if it's Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I kinda wanna get this viewpoint here. Yeah, who would have thought that a slave master might be cruel and sadistic? Was talking about how big Valhalla was and how it was overwhelming, so I showed him you have 571 hours in it. You call it dedication, you call it autism. Well, I also have probably as many hours in Valhalla, if not even more at this point. But there's definitely a game that if you do like multiple playthroughs on it, it can really consume so much time. It's crazy.
I'll not be stared at by the likes of you. God keep you, sir. What shall we do with you lot, eh? What indeed? Begging your pardon.
There we go. That's another assassin contract done. I think when I did my full completionist run, like literally doing everything, including the small wealth locations and all the content, it took me about 220 hours. However, it didn't include the Forgotten Saga or Dawn of Ragnarok. Of course, it was still before those were released, I guess. That was all content that was available at the time. But yeah, I guess like streaming the game and doing stuff like, you know, reading out loud so much of the letters and all that really adds up, of course, also quite a few hours in the game. Oh, we got a warehouse. Don't mind if I do.
You there!
No worries, Harbinger. I definitely understood what you meant. Okay, where's the key holder? Oh. Oh, fuck.
Alarm! Alarm! Stop! Stop now!
Jesus, I didn't actually get detected for that. The alarm actually saved my ass. Okay, I'm gonna let the alarm ring here because I don't want to get detected actually. But because he ran to the alarm instead of detecting me, I didn't actually get detected there, technically. That's funny. Yeah, guess I lost my bonus there, but at least I didn't get detected. That's more important to me. Okay, so we could go to the well to get the key there. Guess we can also get him from here maybe. Okay, that worked. Let's wait for the sniper to turn around. The heck? Why is the sniper still alive? I did take him out, didn't I? Huh? Did he get back from death or something? Or is he now just looking this direction and nowhere else? Thanks, game. Okay. Let's have a warehouse done. He was like risen from the dead again or something. Okay, but honestly I think that's all I'm gonna do in Kingston for now. Because doing all of the other side stuff here would take quite a bit of more time. I do want to finish with sequence 5 today, so let's see where the next main story is. I think this actually starts sequence 6, doesn't it? How would I think about it? Okay, in that case I think I'd rather start sequence 6 fresh next time and focus on side stuff for the rest of the stream today. So we can stay in Kingston and get a couple more viewpoints. Maybe start with the Templar hunt too in Kingston. And yeah, we got a bit of money from the fleet system actually. It's crazy how much money you can get for the, you know. What really helps as well is that if you have done a playthrough of Black Flag before, then all the progress in the fleet will be saved to your account essentially. So you have like your entire fleet from the get-go in a new playthrough if you've done it before. Which is how I can get like lots of money very quick in Black Flag nowadays. Already having like several men of wars.
Hey, hold a moment. You come back here. No, you don't. Hold that man. Keep him in sight. Over there.
Okay, let's have a look around here. Nothing of interest. Judge. A corrupt judge living in Port Royal has sent one too many innocent men to the gallows. Find and kill him. Ah yeah, that's to the south side here of Kingston. another warehouse. But yeah, right now I want to focus on finishing off the assassination contract, so I'm gonna do the warehouse later.
Well, you've certainly got a nerve, you bat.
I do hate how if you wander into a plantation, the warehouse will empty itself if you don't do it right away. Yeah, what basically happened to me. Bit annoying, I guess, because there's like no logical reason why they would be alerted, I guess, by you not going there immediately. Thank you for choosing the outfit, Verrot. I definitely change that in a sec here.
Like a lady and open this bloody door now. You've taken this all wrong. Do you hear me? You're overreacting to a filthy canard. Lies and slander meant to discredit me. The simple fact is that woman is my secretary. Nothing more. Louisa, do as I say, or I will have the soldiery dismantle this door.
I'm pretty sure if we get close to him, he will be alerted. We have to chase him down. Let's see if I can air assassinate him regardless.
Who's this?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of like a forced detection there. Just gets alerted by your presence, essentially. Oh, are you kidding me? Thought I could take a shortcut here. Seriously? That's annoying. It's essentially a force detection. You can do nothing against that of him like being alerted by you, even if you try to do like ranged air assassination. Kinda wonder when he's gonna respawn. Maybe we can just exit the enemies. Get back in and let's respawn some.
Act like a lady and open this bloody door now. We've taken this all wrong. Do you hear me? You're over... Who's this?
What the fuck? Amazing kill there. The way he was stuck inside the table as well. Just kicked him straight into there. It was a nice redemption for failing the assassination earlier. Range of the air assassination in this game is insane. It definitely can be a... But in the Dr. Aitson assassination mission, when finally you had the optional objective, plus cleared the path to him, he automatically knows you there once you get a certain distance from him. So it allowed you to do an air assassination on him as part of your routes, so that worked out well. Did it? That's really good that it worked out, because it can be quite tricky if you're not going for the unique assassination right. Do it completely stealthy. That's really cool that it actually did allow you to do an air assassination. Another cool thing saving you from 4 damage is by going parkour down with right trigger and B, because you would jump onto a civilian, which will also shield you from any 4 damage. Okay, we got a shopkeeper here, perfect. That's where we can change the outfit. The sugar outfit. Alright, we have Steed Bonnet's attire. This outfit once belonged to the gentleman pirate Steed Bonnet. You get the Bonnet outfit from doing his random related side stuff. Yeah, there is basically different islands, like Mystery Island, Black Island, and Sacrifice Island, which are kind of like DLC islands that you only get if you have certain editions or if you have unlocked it in the Uplay reward. I'm not quite sure what you have to do to unlock it. But they're at the very edge of a map at 3 different places. And going there, if you open up the chest, you will kind of like get very unique awards. Like also another one you get is, let's see, Captain Morgan's running out. And you can also get Captain Drake's outfit as well. And you also get the swords and weapons, like pistols and stuff as well. I'm not sure if we get any kind of swords from Steedful. I think you get some unique designs for the Jackdaw Vow instead.
A hearty good day to ye, sir.
There we go. Steed Bonnet's outfit. Looks a lot better on Edward, to be honest.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar.
Stop, I tell you!
Interloper! Raise the alarm! Alarm! Help me, damn it!
Damn. Nothing. Got him right. Ah! You really think we won't catch you? Ah! Stop, I tell you. I've got a good line on him.
Gotta love how syncing viewpoint gets you back to stealth. Very useful. Take my outfit, take anything you like. Oh, we got it right. So we did took anything that we liked. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Edward is a special kind of handsome in comparison. Yeah, that's often the case, I guess, where you're like close to military bases or like forts and stuff. There seems to be like an infinite supply of enemies spawning. Can be kind of crazy sometimes.
Blind me, Captain Kenway!
Why so close,
Mate.
friend?
I did hear about a certain gentleman who, when he comes...
Certain gentleman was already long dead and has a map on him.
Captain Kenway!
Okay, let's go for another assassin contract here. Got 2 left currently. British captain. We have confirmed that a certain British officer is terrorizing the villagers with his unit. He can usually be found near the port. Hey there, Foxtrot, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in, raiders. How was the stream today? Did you play more Black Flag again? I wish there was some backstory about these assassinations. They kind of look like AC3's Go Kill That Random NPC, only somewhat more difficult. I do think it's cool you have like a bit of dialogue at least happening whenever you get like close to the targets. But of course are more like bland characters, like more, you know, means to an end. Like here's an assassination target. I do kind of appreciate these small dialogues at least you have. But beyond that, of course, there's not much else. Since I'm not doing Rogue this year, is Unity the next game. So I'm actually going to be playing the first Watch Dogs game in between. Because I'm playing only Ubisoft Montreal productions this year. But I still play them in release order. So yeah, it's going to be Black Flag, then Watch Dogs, then Unity, then Watch Dogs 2, and then Origins. And I will also be doing a stealth challenge for the Watch Dogs games as well. Which is gonna be my first time. Oh, very nice, Fox. That's awesome. How did you like Freedom Cry? And Rogue, I guess, since you also started on that. That does it. British captain is dead. I'm actually going to combat with this guy because I do want to loot his dagger here, because we can use it as a throwing knife. Now that we also have done 15 out of the 30 assassination contracts, we now have the option to use the stealth outfit. Yeah, I think the knife actually fell down. God damn it. Give me the knife. Okay, there we go. It's kinda cool, but getting these throwing knives, you can still pick them up after you've been using them. I've been always thinking about maybe doing like a challenge where I can only use the throwing knife to kill my targets. Kind of cool. I'm definitely quite excited, Aura, because it's been about 2 years since I last played the Watch Dogs games. In 2021 I actually done like a full completionist run on these series. I had a bit of a burnout eventually on the games, you know, doing completionists on all of them, especially Legion. So I took a break last year. But yeah, this year I'm all motivated again to jump back into the games. Especially with a unique kind of like challenge, you know. I gotcha, Fox. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's still all built on the same kind of like engine. With Rogue as well. So gameplay wise it can feel quite similar for sure. And Rod, thank you also again for the shout out there to Foxtrot. So for anybody that hasn't checked out Foxtrot's channel yet, he's currently doing a playthrough of the AC games with Black Flag and Freedom Cry. He recently finished. And yeah, is now working his way through Rogue. So if you're looking for another channel that streams these games, definitely go ahead and check out Foxtrot and maybe even leave a follow. There was only one major mission in Watch Dogs where the stealth challenge was tricky for you, and that's the bedbug mission. Is that the one where you have to tail him through the open kind of like location? Or do you mean the one where you have to guide him through what's his name, Iraq's headquarters. I guess the one way I have to guide him would be trickier, right? Yeah, it's a nice era of AC games, I think, you know, the naval focused ones. Because it really changed it up completely, like with the gameplay and feeling a lot more open world and sandboxy. Will you also be playing Unity, Foxtrot? It was difficult too, but you have a one through Iraq's headquarters. I gotcha. Yeah, I can imagine, because it's so tricky when you have to guide somebody and gotta make sure that they don't get detected instead of you. Much different than being able to actually control every single movement of a character, you know. So I can imagine that mission will definitely be a tricky one. Oh, very nice, Foxtrot. So nowadays Unity is a lot more stable with all of the patches coming out. So there shouldn't be too much happening that's like game breaking or something. At least anytime I play for Unity I don't have any game breaking bugs myself. But there are some visual bugs, you know, and especially with how many people you have as like part of a crowd system. There can be some funny random situation that will happen, you know, which probably wasn't intended. But it's nothing that really affects the game too much, you know, so it's definitely very, very playable. Honestly, I would say a game like AC3 Remastered or even AC Syndicate are way more buggier nowadays than Unity is. So you should be good. The only thing that really has lots of issues is once you play the online co-op. Because since everything has to synchronize between different players, it creates like kind of like lags, and that can lead to like weird detections and stuff. But that's like you know, something that doesn't really affect the single player. Guard post. The leader of a military outpost in the northwest is a confirmed Templar. Kill him. Was that the name of the shanty that I collected, Rod? Didn't actually pay attention to that, I don't think. It was? Nice. Yeah, technically I don't have to collect all of the shanties in the game as part of playing through the challenge. But I'm still collecting all of them because shanties are life. And it's always nice to have like a good selection, so you don't get too bored of the same shanties over and over.
Don't pay somewhere else.
I've heard it said our commander called Captain Woods Rogers a friend as well.
The man who rescued Silk?
That Captain Rogers?
Aye, a sailor to his bones. And he's a hard man, he is. Earned a large scar down his left cheek after taking a pellet to the face. Lodged in his pallet for a couple of days.
By Christ, and the man lived?
Broke no stride, in fact, and continued barking orders until the next morning when he took a splinter to the heel. That took him off his feet for a day.
And this is a living, breathing man we're talking about?
It is. He's a man of many talents and incredible charisma. I only wish he was enlisted so that I could serve him.
Isn't that the truth? Pass the bottle, will you?
Okay, that's my targets. Oh yeah, love for throwing knives in this game. And we got it back. The only thing I wish is that you could still aim smoke bombs throw at the enemies. I kinda wanna replay Unity, but remember hating it because of the stealth system and the optional missions like stopping the bomb from killing Napoleon. I distinctively remember yelling, I just want this to end so you can try the next game. It can be definitely a system that you have to kind of like work yourself into a little bit. With how the stealth works and how you can also abuse some of the mechanics a little bit, I guess. I think it's really satisfying once you spend more time with it, but I remember also struggling quite a bit when I first played Unity. So essentially you can only have one throwing knife at a time, and the way you can get it is by finding the guards that, not the regulars but also not the brutes, right? The ones that kind of have the option to deflect and stun enemies. They usually have these very short knives, I guess, on them. So gotta go to unarmed and then go for counter disarm. And that gives you the throwing knife. Then you can use a throwing knife as kind of like a ranged weapon with Y. And after killing an enemy you can still run to them and then collect the throwing knife again by pressing B. And it's actually really good for stealth kills, of course, because it is silent and always lethal. But yeah, that finishes the assassin contracts in Kingston. I'm not gonna start the Templar hunt today anymore. But let me have a quick look if there's any kind of like naval contracts you might be able to do that I haven't done yet. Yeah, there's one in Contoyo. The realities of war. I am but a simple merchant, yet at times even merchants must wage war. I have engaged with services of various privateers to sink a fleet of so-called Spanish traders, who are in reality nothing more than pirates. Join our ranks and may this be a glorious battle.
Captain has the helm.
Loose and catch the wind!
Hey, if you are welcome in. Good morning. I love these missions where you have kind of like people assisting you in battle.
They're not alone, sir!
Starboard, Cap! Starboard cast adrift here, Cap! Fire!
Ready to fire, sir!
Fancy how we swim, do you?
Race!
Better get out!
Take the shot, sir! Ready to fire!
Loose mainsail!
Get to your stairs! Let's catch the wind!
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Topsails, gallants! Loose and trim!
Yeah, that's him in a war. Oops. Sorry, matey.
Some fresh meat there if you can strike it, sir!
It's quite a bit of wood here. How about we go ahead and board it?
Pull them down the howl, lads!
nothing to repair here, but that's right. Oh, really? I think somebody wants to die. I think there was a miss. Okay. Let's have a look here at the jackdaw, because I think there's some upgrades we could be getting. First, take my sugar, add my rum. And then we could get the second last broadside cannon upgrade, giving us 21 cannons total. That would be quite nice, actually. Could also increase the crew's quarters, which I think I'm gonna be getting because it's not that expensive and we don't really have much use for cloth, I guess. And yeah, then we're gonna increase the broadside cannons as well. And we can also increase the RAM as well. Very, very nice. So yeah, at this point we're basically just in need of getting all of the elite plans. Which means I'm almost maxed out, at least at the current point. Yeah, all of these are basically the last upgrades where we need the elite plans. It's crazy how much I'm already upgraded with the jackdaw, even though I haven't even unlocked the diving bow yet. That comes in sequence 6. But hey, that's alright, I guess. Let's actually go for the black ship Celsia, because there's a couple new ones that I've gotten. And the black ship figurehead and the wheel as well. Do we have it? Also the Queen Anne's Revenge wheel. That's right. Let's just keep the regular one. Elite plans are the best kind. Yeah, I'm sure Dutch would like these. Nice aura. So how far into the story are you at this point? Are you also around sequence 6?
All sails, he'll take it! Crowd on all the sail we have!
The mod of it changes Edward's model to that of Jack Sparrow. That'd actually be really funny.
Starboard! Looks like booty!
I know there's a lot of mods actually for Black Flag which changes the model. I don't think I found one for Jack Sparrow yet, but would be cool to have that. Usually it's kind of like changing Edward's model with another character that is available in-game.
There's some good meat for spear here, Captain. Unlash the harpoons.
The savvy mod. Or when Jack says that. Savvy?
He's over there! The rope is holding!
Steady now, lads! Success!
The beast is hurt! The rope's gone, sir! Anyone hear that?
I got Traora. And that's a good progress with the side stuff in. If you haven't even started with Sequence 5 yet.
We have him on the line! Off we go! Nice one!
Success!
He's caught the rope! We're in there! A fine haul today, sir. All sail! All sail!
Indeed.
Let's ride this quote!
Autocorrect for the third time. Yeah, gotta love autocorrect on the phone. Or you like the side missions more than the main story missions. The story itself is good, but you can only handle so many tailing missions. Yeah, that's fair. Black Flag definitely has so many tailing missions. So if you're not into those, then it can get a bit annoying at times. I don't mind tailing too much myself, as long as there's a good variety of other activities too, because often tailing is just one part of the main story. And of course if we focus on like Traversal with Jector and stuff, it does kind of make sense, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely no secret that Black Flag has maybe one too many tailing missions in the game. Well, I think we have reached the end of the map here. So much to the open world, right? Okay guys, this is gonna be where I will call it today for Black Flag and the adventures of Captain Pissoff. Let's go and desync, I guess. You get quite far before you desync. But yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me here for another day of pirating. The next stream of Black Flag is gonna be most likely Wednesday. Tomorrow we're gonna be heading back to Stronger Crusader to try to finish off the game with the remaining missions. I think I have one more in the third chapter and then the entire fourth chapter to go. So I will try to finish off Stronger Crusader tomorrow. And if I do it quickly, then I might still play a bit of Black Flag afterwards. But yeah, if not, then the next day is gonna be Wednesday, where we do the next proper session of this game. I think we're still gonna be focusing a bit more on the side stuff next time again. Of course, there's still tons of Templar hunts and assassin contracts I can do. But yeah, we're definitely getting to a close of those side missions quite soon. Of course, already at this point, we're way past the like half of the assassin contracts, for instance. Uh-oh. The water sprout. away from me. But yeah, that's the plan for the next days. For now, let's have a quick look here at the progress tracker. So right now we're at 40% total sync. With sequence 1 to 5 done 100% so far. Got the Vance, Travers, Templar hunt done. 53% of the assassin contracts and naval contracts actually. That's a bit of a coincidence. 50% of naval forts done. 64% of the viewpoints. So about 50% through, I guess, with the content that we're gonna be doing the game. But yeah, let's have a look to see who's online and who we can raid today, shall we? And yeah, that's no worries whatsoever, Aura and Rod. Thank you guys for being here. Also everybody else who's still in chat watching. Harbinger, Viewer, and everyone else who's still in here. Thank you all so much for joining today. Thanks also again for the resub earlier, Ronnie, with the 30 months. And Ronnie, Rod and Foxtrot, thank you guys also again so much for the raids as well today. Really do appreciate it. And thanks also again to all the new followers, Lucky Pear, Dalla Hyperion, and Johnny Hart. Thank you guys for joining in and for leaving a follow. Hey Venemesis, welcome in. But yeah, let's have a look who's online. Okay, I think we're gonna be raiding out to Mr. Godi today. Didn't raid him in quite some time. He's currently playing through Resident Evil 4, the remake I think. Ancient Writing.
A letter? For me?
A letter? For me? I gotcha, Nemesis. Well, thank you for being here and for the lurk as well. Hope you're having a good day so far. You had your first letter from me in your current playthrough today. Nice. I reckon you're gonna hear that quite a few more times. Especially if doing the 3 district liberations quite early in the game. Yeah guys, you know the drill. If you wanna come along for a raid and if you like you can copy and paste the raid emotes of course. We got one for non-subs and one for subs. And yeah, I will catch you next time for Stronghold. Just a few, yeah. No worries, Carbon. Thank you also for being here. Catch you next time. Have a good rest of your day. And I will see you all over at Mr. Godi's. Take care.
Assassino!
Assassino.